There that Kamala Harris can hide from me. There's no accent that she can throw on that is going to throw me off the scent.
All ships, prepare for jump to hyperspace.
That we ain't Night Riders. That we ain't Night Riders.
Welcome to the Night Riders Squadcast live stream. You are now rolling with the Night Riders.
And we are back in the house once again. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Check 1, check 2. Let me know you can hear me. Let me know you can hear me. Check, check, check. Oh yeah, we back in the house. See my man, Bama 5 Bama. He was in the house. Got a few other people in the house. Salute. Just want to make sure everything's crisp and that you can hear me. Know it's been a minute. Just had to get back into the old swing of things. You know, it's been what, damn near a year. I know you guys were like, God damn. People were telling me they missed the lives. They're like, man, when are you gonna do another live? I'm like, I got stuff to do. I told you guys that I was gonna give you those gifts for the past, year or so, but my schedule changed, so I had a lot of things to do. But I told you before the end of the year I was going to give you one, so here we are, and we got one in store for you tonight. My man Shadow Zulu is in the house. He said the only words to describe that intro is the next level. Salute, bro. Good to see you. And stick around, Shadow. You're going to make a cameo tonight, so stay tuned, bro. But once again, hey, let me know you can hear me and everything's good with the audio. I'm pretty sure you can hear me, but I just want to make sure before we get into this work. If you can give me a 1, let me know that the audio is good and that you can hear me. That would be great. I'm going to let you guys fall into the house. And as you're doing that, I'm going to just make sure everything is set up. Okay, audio is good. Salute. All right, so I'd like to welcome you all to another exciting episode of the Night Riders Squad cast. And once again, it's the best kept secret on the internet. And we're here to do what we do, backed by popular demand. As you guys know, we have been on a hiatus for about 7 months, something like that. But I've been dropping the videos for you here and there. We kind of got busy towards the end of the year. You know how it is. I got a lot of irons in the fire, but I always got you guys covered. Before the end of the year, we like to do our annual smoke show. So here we are, and we also, we're doing something a little different. We got the smoke show combined with our very popular Secret War series. I noticed that those always tend to still do well, even when people go back and watch the playbacks, people are still going back watching episode 1 and so forth. So if you're not familiar with the series, you may want to go back, watch episodes 1 through 3, come back and watch 4. But this one's going to be fire no matter what. So even if you're just a new viewer, you haven't seen this series before, you are in for a treat. But at any rate, we're going to get into some house cleaning before we start cleaning the house. And the first thing I'm going to mention is, as I mentioned, I know you guys been looking for us to do the streams and be a little bit more active, but it's kind of like I mentioned before. Well, first of all, let me get this crawl going there. Now, some of you have been asking about the best way to contribute and if we are still going to monetize the channel. So here briefly, just want to mention that, as I said before, I was going to wait until we got to about, 20, 30,000 subscribers, but the rate that YouTube is going, they're acting kind of goofy. I do have some other things that we're doing on YouTube that are, monetized and monetizable. So I'm not really sweating this. This is more or less a labor of love, getting the good word out. But some of you have still been contributing, and salute to you. And some of you are wondering, hey, when you're going to monetize, they like to super chat and become channel members and all that good stuff. You can still contribute. As I said, we're working on a lot of things, so I don't beat you over the head with contributions. Just like, share, and subscribe. If you do want to contribute, you can hit the Zelle at the bottom of the crawl. I appreciate you. We were thinking about reamping the title, with the end title, end credits, um, so that you guys can get credit like that. Some of you said, no, you don't got to shout us out. Just, here's something for you. You've been hitting the Zelle. That's cool. You can continue to do that. It's much appreciated. Once again, just sharing the channel, being in the lives, things like that. I know this was kind of, even though I gave you guys a heads up about a month in advance, YouTube has not been sending out notifications. Normally we would do a trailer or something, but we just didn't get around to it. So hopefully, all the required people will come into the house. If not, we still going to get this work done. But yeah, like I said, it's no big deal with regard to the monetization. If anything, I think it's a detriment, because from what I can tell, it looks like everybody that I know that gets monetized, they either get their channels demonetized or they get kicked the hell off of YouTube. It's crazy. So I'm not even sweating that. At some point, if they stop trying to hobble the channel, because we gained like over 200 and something subscribers within the past month or so, they start knocking us down. So they just acting real goofy. So I ain't tripping. So as I mentioned, this is kind of just a labor of love, putting in this work. But we still are here for it. If you, as I mentioned, do want to just support, once again, you could just hit the link. We're going to be putting in the chat. Also, if you guys are eligible to join the private network, you could look into that as well. So there's that. Now, another thing, okay, I think I mentioned this already pretty much. They've been messing with the channel. So I said, they've been messing with the channel again. Some of our views and subs have been rolled back. We have them scared out here. So yeah, that's just kind of a reiteration of what I said. Now, here's the thing, right? Oh, my man D is in the house. Salute, D. Salute. And what did he say? He said he got D. Did you add that part? He said name and handle. I didn't recognize you at first, D, but salute. Salute, bro. Now check this out. The reason for this particular broadcast tonight, right, is there has been a very vocal group of let's just call them the Light Skin Federation. In the spirit of this particular broadcast, with the Star Wars theme, we got the dark side versus the Light Skin Federation, right? And by the way, I'm going to be adding a little voice effects throughout the proceedings, so you might notice that my voice might start sounding like Darth Vader a little bit throughout the proceedings. Let me see if I can give you a demonstration. I don't know if you can hear it yet. I'm gonna be switching it on and off, but I'm just giving you forewarning. So let me testing. Can you hear me? Testing. Check 1, check 2. Testing. Yeah, I'm gonna see if my effects are gonna work. I did the test on it and it looked like it worked before. So let me make sure it's working. Hold on. Testing. Yeah, let me make sure that's working. Testing. Yeah, it looks like it's not doing it at the moment, but I might come back to that. But anyway, we got these guys, right? What I call the Light Skin Federation. And as you can see in the thumbnail, we have a select group of individuals, some of whom, we have summoned here for different purposes. But there's a core group of these light skin, as I call them, the Bitter Beige Brigade. And one of the guys is known as Light Skin Historian. And we've mentioned this guy in the past. And, you guys told me that you pretty much didn't really respect his point of view and so forth. But I'm like this. I say, you know what? I give everybody a chance to speak their positions. And whether or not they show up or not is cool. They still going to have to get this work. However, I always give people an opportunity to defend themselves because I prefer to talk to people instead of about them, right? So at any rate, let me just pull up a couple of things here to show you how we're going to get down. Now, the first thing that we're going to do is that we're going to address these three individuals in particular. And this light-skinned historian, Globe Light, and Ginger Treats for You, right? So as you see on this notation, it says the top talking points by light-skinned historian Globe Light and Ginger Treats for You that need to be addressed, and what that they need to address and to defend are going to be the following. Now, if they're watching in the shadows, they need to take down these particular talking points, because if they decide to get enough courage to call up, they're going to have their pick of whichever one of these talking points they want to try to defend. Because from what I can tell, they all have pretty much used these talking points, because we did our research and we saw that, you know, they pretty much regurgitating the same thing. So they all should be adept at defending these particular points. So I wanted to give them an advantage, right? That's why I put this out here a month in advance. And they all were tagged, and some of these people are very much familiar with the channel. So the first talking point that they should defend, that they decide to call up here, is that they say that dark-skinned men all want mixed race women. So this is something that they've said, or they said a variation of this particular talking point, right? So once again, if they feel like they have enough information to defend this talking point, they need to jot that down and call up. Now, once again, they say that dark-skinned men or dark-skinned black men, which, by the way, as we know, is redundant, and I'm going to get into that shortly, why this term dark skin is used when the default setting for a black person is to have dark skin. So we already, we know that, but we're just kind of going with the flow, right? So that's the first talking point. The next one is that we, meaning, us darker skin guys, we all want mixed race children. So that, once again, is something that they've each said to some degree, or they have said something to that effect, right? That's number two. Number three is that we are all jealous of light-skinned men, and that we're trying to stop them from rising to their light-skinned glory. I know it's ridiculous, guys. I know you like, man, why are you even addressing this foolery? Because they out here saying this stuff, and again, far be it from me to try to dismiss someone's belief system, right? Because I don't know every damn thing, and maybe they have a point, so they have an opportunity to come in live and direct and defend these talking points, right? Okay, so number four, dark-skinned men are all gay and want light-skinned men. I kid you not. This is what they're saying, bro. I know y'all like, what in the actual fuck is going on? No, I'm serious. This is what they're saying. Once again, they say dark-skinned men are all gay and want light-skinned men. All right? That's the fourth talking point. The fifth talking point they need to defend, if they decide to bring their ass up here, we all want to abuse light-skinned women and men. So not only are we gay and we want them, I guess, romantically, but we also want to abuse them as well as light-skinned women, right? So that's number five. Number six, they say we are training light-skinned women to hate light-skinned men. So somehow they've, in their rabbit ass mind, they've decided that somehow the reason why light-skinned women like dark-skinned men, or that they're speaking out against light-skinned men, is because somehow we're using the force or something. We're converting them to the dark side, and we pretty much are brainwashing them against light-skinned men. That's pretty much what they're saying. And last but not least is that dark-skinned men are trying to steal mixed race people's history and achievements. So you saw me address this in the past, where they'll claim things such as the light-skinned Christ. They'll go back and start trying to whitewash certain historical events or historic figures. We talked about how they go in and they're doing the same thing the white supremacists did as far as the biblical narratives. All these ancient civilizations. They making it a point to try to project onto us that we're somehow stealing their glory or their historic achievements. So again, any one of them, and particularly I'm talking about these first three. So let me go back up to that point. These particular individuals, because the other guests that I'm going to invite on the panel, they don't necessarily make these talking points. I'm going to address some other things with them, but this trio right here, the Three Musketeers, as it were, light-skinned historian, Globe Light, and Ginger Treats for You, any one of them can come and defend us. Now we are going in a certain order. So the first person that I want in the house is light-skinned historian. So he can come get the work first, and then the Globe Light, and then Ginger Treats for You. We got my man Kay Sager in the house. Salute, bro. Good to see you. Yeah, so we got to give them a little moment of time too, because I'm sure they're probably somewhere in the background, watching, shadow watching, and it's cool. Ain't nobody gonna harm you. Just come on up and get the work, and you got a right to defend yourself. And the protocol is this: when you come on the panel, I'm gonna give you 10 minutes to just go in and say whatever you want to say, uninterrupted, right? So just to give you an example. So when you come on the panel, any and every one of them, the way that it's going to work, they're going to come on. We're going to, say our little introductions, and then they're going to get a chance to get the intergalactic 10 minutes where uninterrupted, they can make their points. And then after that, I'm going to have 10 minutes. Well, I'm going to put 30 minutes on the shot clock, right? I'm going to put 30 minutes on the clock. And then within that 30 minutes, I'm going to respond to what they said. And with the remaining time, we're going to go back and forth. And if anybody shows up, and just say, for example, light-skinned historian doesn't show up, because we're on his time right now, because even if he doesn't show up, I'm going to proceed and dissect some of his talking points. And once I'm done, if Globe Light shows up, then he may be able to get a little extra time that light-skinned historian forfeited. So that's how we're going to do it. So forth and so on. But initially, when they come up, after we say our little introductions, I'm going to give them the opportunity, 10 minutes uninterrupted, to take one of those talking points and to tell us why they're true, and utilizing whatever evidence that they have to verify what those talking points are. And once again, I'm just going to put them on the screen real quick. Number one, and they should write them down if they plan on coming up. And remember, this stands for those first three. The other people that's going to come on the panel, I have some other questions for them. But for these particular individuals, once again, they need to tell us why dark-skinned Black men all want mixed-race women and what evidence they have for that, as well as the fact that we all want mixed children. We are all jealous of light-skinned men, and we're trying to stop them from rising to their glory, or to their light-skinned glory, as it were. Dark-skinned men are all gay and want light-skinned men. We all want to abuse light-skinned women and men. And we are training light-skinned women to hate light-skinned men. So any one of them, last one, dark-skinned men are trying to steal mixed-race people's history and achievements. So there you go. So if any of them decide to bring their asses up, then I would want them to go ahead and try to defend that. So D, what did he say? He said 10. Were you talking about the minutes? So that might be too long for him, Hundi. No, I just want people to have the opportunity to flesh their points out. So, because they're going to need all the time they get, because once I rebut what they say, then you're going to see why I gave them 10 minutes. Now, again, I'm still going to go in and start putting in work. So I'm going to do that right now, as far as just starting to address some of his talking points. If at any time during this presentation he decides to get enough courage to come on, then I will pause. I would invite him on the panel and we'll go as I mentioned. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and get this work. All right, so let me get this off the screen here. All right.
Say something about a dark-skinned dude being.
Okay, so let me make sure that you guys can hear the video, because he's going to just make some points. I'm going to go through some of these talking points, and once I'm done with him, I'm going to move on to the next one if he doesn't show up. And then what did D say? Let me put some of y'all comments on the screen. Let me get up some of these comments. Man. Okay, so D says he can hear it. Yeah, let me know you guys are still able to hear me. Yeah, for a minute it looked like it slowed down on my end. So, all right, cool. Yeah, like I said, salute. Yeah, okay, good. So I want to make sure that you guys can hear the clip. Now, I'm going to just start breaking down some of his talking points. Okay, Shadow can hear. Cool. Be in the house. All right, now, as I said, I'm just going to start breaking down these talking points, right? So check this out.
This, that, and the third. Everyone in the society, but especially in the black community, are going to jump down this throat. No homo. You see what I'm saying? So they have more support with their claims, but they both feel the same way about each other. All right, so we know that we don't really look for dark-skinned men's validation, but we're going to talk about this from a woman's perspective about how you guys are dealing with a different demon when you're dealing with women seeking dark-skinned men's validation. You guys got to understand that. Let's talk about dark-skinned women for a second, and how you see a lot of light-skinned guys, not all, but a lot of them sometimes will give dark-skinned women compliments. And the brother Sar spoke about this, how y'all would give compliments to dark-skinned women, and those compliments really don't really mean anything, because those women are seeking validation from their counterparts. They might not even be attracted to dark-skinned men, but just the way that dark-skinned men play mind games with them and using other women, complimenting other women and getting other groups of women to compete with them.
Okay, so this is one of his weak talking points he has. He claims we have all of these privileges, right? But then at the same time, he's thinking that we're using some type of Jedi mind trick, or that we brainwash these women. They don't really want us, but somehow we got so much power of the dark side. You know, whatever we have, we're brainwashing these women into behaving the way we are. It has nothing to do, mind you, to them, right? It ain't got nothing to do with the bullshit they be doing and how, you know, the women talk about how these dudes be behaving. It ain't got nothing to do with it. It's just because we sitting up there brainwashing them, right? Okay, let's get some more.
They're able to get dark-skinned women to constantly, check for their validation. You got to understand that dark-skinned women really.
I know, Sager. Look, it's gonna be fun. We're gonna have fun tonight because this is, y'all gonna hear some stuff that you probably never heard before. But just stay tuned. Watch this.
They don't view light-skinned men as their counterparts. So it makes sense why when a light-skinned cat may compliment a dark-skinned sister, and she might want to sleep with him because he looked good, but that validation don't really mean nothing to them, because they don't view you as their counterpart. Best believe a dark-skinned man's validation to her is going to be more value than a light-skinned dude complimenting her, if that makes sense.
Actually, it doesn't, but it's true. But anyway, Shadow says, let me guess, dark-skinned men are using voodoo to warp the minds of women. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, and by the way, Shadow, you reminded me, each one of these characters that come onto the panel, I actually have an intro for them because I know how much you like our intro. But each of them have an intro. I didn't play his, so let me go ahead and play his. We'll come back to this foolery he's talking, but I got to keep the the standard, right? So as I mentioned, he's the Light Skywalker. So we're gonna do the Light Skywalker intro. So let's hit that. We're gonna get back to this work. Let's get it.
You are beaten. It is useless to resist. Don't let yourself be destroyed as Obi-Wan did. There is no escape. Don't make me destroy you. Luke, you do not yet realize your importance. You have only begun to discover your power. Join me, and I will complete your training. With our combined strength, we can end this destructive conflict and bring order to the galaxy.
I'll never join you!
If you only knew the power of the dark side. Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father.
He told me enough. He told me you killed him.
No. I am your father.
No. It's not true. That's impossible!
Search your feelings. You know it to be true.
No! No!
Yeah, so that's pretty much the story right there. And we're the big bad boogeyman as far as he's concerned. So this is the type of foolery he's saying over there. So again, I give people an opportunity to say what they got to say, but apparently he's too chicken to try to defend himself. But it's cool. We're gonna put in this work. So let me get a little bit more.
You see what I'm saying? Like, you gotta understand, dark-skinned men are the face of the race. They got that privilege.
Okay, so he's saying we're the face of the race. No, dude, we are the race. What you think a black man is supposed to be? That's what a dark-skinned man is. He's a black man, right? You know what I'm gonna do after I get through with this little clip? I'm gonna have to give you guys a refresher because some of these people, they get it twisted and they forget the definition of what an actual black person is. So let me just get a couple more points from this idiot, and I'm going to show you guys something, and we're going to get right back into it. Y'all going to enjoy this. We got some work in store, so just sit tight. But let me just get a couple other things that this fool got to say.
And they view them as their counterparts. See what I'm saying? Dark-skinned men play mind games with dark-skinned women.
See, here it goes. So it's not that they just want to have an association with their counterpart, right? We got to play mind games. See, it hurts his heart to have to give credit to the fact that women are actually attracted to us or that we actually have real achievements, whether it be historically or currently. He can't understand the fact that it was us that decided to start embracing our own phenotype back in the day when dudes was putting in all the damn Jerry curls and all that. And I'm guilty as charged because I had a goddamn Jerry curl too when I was like 10 years old, and I had it up until through high school. Even when when the fades came in, I had it cut. It was sharp. It was a good haircut, but I had the little curl with the fade and all that. But anyway, don't get me started on that. But the point is, he's making it seem as though we just doing, like Shadow Zulu said, some goddamn voodoo, and we're just forcing these women to like us as opposed to it just being a natural thing. So he thinking we're just quote playing mind games, right? So again, this was the type of stuff he gonna have to defend. So you notice he ain't gonna go toe to toe to try to defend this stuff. He just wants to talk to his little, bubble and his little circle jerk of other idiots who want to believe this stuff. But by the end of this broadcast, they're going to understand that if they want to get some real understanding, they need to come over here. And I want to make it very clear because I know I got some Night Riders that have lighter complexion and maybe even biracial and all that too. This ain't for you guys. This is for the ones who have what I call the bitter beige brigade. These are people like him who, because they ain't on no damn pedestal, which they shouldn't have been on in the first place, they're taking it as some type of slight, and that somehow they're being ostracized or whatever. When meanwhile, back in the day, when before black folks started becoming more self-aware and loving who they were, and they were calling each other, all kind of derogatory names, tar baby, blackie, jungle bunny, all this type of stuff. It was all good back then, right? And us dark-skinned people, we just had to take it. We didn't run and talk about where we gonna lead a race and all this type of bullshit. But that's what he's saying. So what he's saying in there, D said, let me get what D said in a comment. He said they attempt to force their way into the RG pool. No, D, you know what? That comes from the one drop rule, bro. And again, you know what I created, which is the 80% 2x4 rule, which says that as long as you have 80% or more African DNA, 2 parents that are black, 4 black grandparents, then you're cool. Now you got a lot of grifters and posers out there. Like I heard there's some Latina chick who she's obviously ear hustling over here. All she does is talk about black men celebrities, right? But she's a goddamn Latina, and she's quoting what I said over here as far as that rule. She's talking about she got 4 black grandparents. Yeah, we see you. No, you don't. And even if you do, they're probably mixed. And the fact of the matter is, she never says that she has an 80% African DNA. But what she does is, all she does is go in on black male celebrities and drum up salacious things. She never met a scandal about a black man that she didn't like. Meanwhile, she don't say nothing about what any other group of men are doing under the guise of her being a black woman, and it's total BS. And that's what I'm talking about. Those are the type of grifters. But yeah, we see you. But that's one thing that it got back to me that she said. She was going around talking about, well, I got 4 grandparents. Yeah, where did she get that from? She's trying to co-opt the 80% 2x4 rule, but she can't even get it right. She can't even do wrong right, which is to say it correctly, which she's got an 80% African DNA and 2 black parents, 4 black grandparents. Now, again, to me, this doesn't have to be hostile, but the grift is up. All you people posing and pretending to be something you're not at the expense of black people, that's going to come to an end. And so I'm just the one kind of bringing you the news ahead of time. But the bottom line is, these type of people, like Light Skin Historian, Ginger, all the rest of them, they, to me, unless they get that verified fact that they are within that 80% 2x4 rule, as far as I'm concerned, they're just another group, and all this stuff to me could be put in the category of racial talk, because I'm gonna break this down to you real quick. What's the difference between, say, a Puerto Rican and one of these type of people? Puerto Ricans have black ancestry too, but because they have a different language, or they can speak Spanish and they have a country that's associated with them, then black people know how to, put them in different categories. So if a Puerto Rican come around you talking the way some of these people talk, you'll automatically see the racism in it. But some of these clowns they have a similar genetic makeup as the Puerto Ricans. Right, but because of the one drop rule and in the way that the United States did it, which is contrary to how other countries do it, you have all these different subgroups. They get to come in under the guise of being black while saying all this racist bullshit. Now, again, this don't have to be hostile. If you have some people, whether they're mulatto or whether they're multiracial, what have you, as long as they have an understanding as to why us actual black people have to create this delineation, because this is the original delineation that needed to happen. And I'm going to go into that a little bit later. Forget all that FBA stuff. The first thing you need to do is delineate yourself from people like this who have been co-opting you and undermining you from day one, right? But we're going to get into that. But my bottom line is this. I don't have a problem with people of different backgrounds. It's just that everybody can't be black, especially when you're going to come and try to get your Kamala on and try to undermine who we are. And again, I don't even like the fact that we got these clowns and Sambos that are going around being black, like these divestors and so forth, because even if they're genetically black, we need to have a gate up for their ass too, because they're the ones screwing up a lot of this and creating these people and coming with all this garbage. That's number one. And then look at D in there going off. He was like, exactly. Yeah, man. I'm just telling it like it is, man. You know, I ain't here to play no games. So that's why I'm coming in as Darth Vader. But anyway, we're going to get some more of this situation. Let's go.
They purposely over worship and submit to other groups of women and coon and shuck and jive to get other groups of women and stroke their egos to purposely make dark-skinned women jealous. Not all the time, not all dark-skinned men. And they constantly down dark-skinned women. And it could just be a manipulation tactic to get dark-skinned women to keep trying to prove themselves to them. So by the time a light-skinned dude said,
okay, so notice everything that we do, he's talking about it in the form of a manipulation, right? So who does that remind you of? That sounds like something a white supremacist would say. That was the whole basis for slave codes and all this different stuff of criminalizing everything that black people did, right? Everything you do is nefarious, right? You see the connection. I'm going to show you a little bit later that I guess it's them white genes kicking in, but every damn thing he says has a racial undertone and overtone. And meanwhile, we can't even verify if this is even a black man, because if he's claiming, I don't know what he claims is a mulatto. I think that's the term he wants to use. Okay, then you don't fall within our 80% 2x4 rule, so you're not a black man. So why the hell are you going in on black people? That sounds like some racist stuff to me. And then what my man Sager say? He said, this is why I say these guys need to show proof. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't have a problem with somebody who's biracial, you know, just by virtue of who they are. But if you're gonna come around me talking this bullshit, and I'm taking that as racist talk, you know what I mean? And like I said, you know, if you look at a Puerto Rican, for example, they can't just come around you as a black man talking any kind of way, saying this type of stuff. So the reason why these people are able to do it is because it's under the guise of that BS one drop rule. That's the reason why they be doing it. So that's where I came up with the 80% 2x4 rule, so you can weed that out so that we know who we're talking to. That this is not a black person. This is a person that's mixed race or whatever, probably got 20, 30% black in them, right? I can show you videos of racist dudes who are white racists who had got 14% black ancestry, but he's a straight up Klans member. I think you've seen that video before. So the inverse can be true as well. You know, but the bottom line is, yeah, you could have somebody who looks like they're black or whatever, but you know, their DNA, you know, basically says that they're another race. But anyway, let's get a little bit more.
I think you this, that, and the third. That validation doesn't mean anything. They're still chasing after validation from dark-skinned men. Now we're going to get into light-skinned women and how light-skinned women are always chasing after validation from dark-skinned people, and specifically dark-skinned men.
And he has a very low opinion about light-skinned women as well. So for all this BS he's talking about what we're doing to the light-skinned women, he makes it seem like they're just a bunch of idiots, right? And then we can just come up to them saying anything as if they don't have agency. You know, they can't think for themselves. They're just a bunch of lemmings running around, and we're just kind of with a damn net scooping them up, turning, you know, and then training them like some type of pet or something, got them locked in our basement, chained up, and then bring them out into the world just to disrespect them. I mean, this stuff is crazy, but I wanted you guys to be familiar with this because this is the type of people that you might come in contact with. And then Shadow Zulu says, he said, yeah, he said, I saw that video of that KKK cat with black in his DNA. That black woman called his brother on that show. He was pissed. Yeah, that's the one. And so, yeah, that's my point. So you got a guy who's, for all intents and purposes, he's a white guy. Not only that, he's a racist white guy, but he had 14% African DNA. So he's supposed to be your brother too. So you got a guy like Light Skin Historian. We don't know what his percentage is. This other guy, Globe Light, he sounds like a Hispanic. And that broad ginger for you, we're going to get to her a little bit later too. She looks like a damn chalupa-sized Puerto Rican as far as I'm concerned. I'm like talking a bunch of racist nonsense because I take it as racism. They want to say that they're black, but until further notice. They're because they other in themselves, as far as I'm concerned. But I will help their ass out the door if they want to be other. Ain't nobody asking your ass to be associated with us. We didn't ask for you in the first place. This was a function of the one drop rule. And if you go back and watch episode 1, we broke that down. So I ain't gonna have to get into it tonight. And then Kager says African is synonymous with black, and we present genetically, phenotypically in 3 different shades of blackness, and they are all dark. Exactly. Yeah. That's, as long as you fall within the Negroid phenotype, the tightly coiled hair, brown to black skin, and more importantly, your DNA, because you do have aberrations as far as skin tone. I know some of you guys don't like this, but there are mutations, such as albinism and so forth, where a person can still be black. I get it. I know a lot of you don't like it. When I was younger, before I understood genetics as well as I do now, I may have agreed with you, and I'm gonna say, yeah, man, we ain't counting those albinos, but technically they are still black, right? Because you can have 2 black, dark-skinned parents, and they can still produce an albino because of a genetic mutation. But that's neither here nor there. But anyway, yeah, let's get we done with that particular foolery. I got another video from him as well. We're just gonna skip around because I'm gonna really get into some heavy work in a minute, but I'm just trying to give you guys an idea as to the type of stuff he be saying, right? So here's some more stuff.
Israelite men or mulatto men, why y'all should lead the black community, which y'all.
Now he's using the term Israelite men, and again, this was what I find so funny. Him and guys like him, right? They want to do all this denigration of dark-skinned people. Meanwhile, he's trying to co-opt the very cultures that our black, dark-skinned ancestors created. It's crazy. It is crazy to me. It's ridiculous. And then what Shadow Zulu says, my DNA came back 97.8% Negro. Yeah, he said Zulu paternal, Khoisan maternal. Yeah. Just like me, I'm up in the 90s too. I think you were even higher than mine, right? I'm like 90. I forgot what it was. It's in the high 90s, like 95 or something like that. But anyway, yeah, you're right. But as long as you're over 80%, and I'm generous like that because I do know about the historic things that have happened, and 80% is a good number. You're still going to present black, and your DNA, is going to reflect it. But at the same time, you got these people running their mouth, and they can't say that though. But let's get a little bit more.
Already out the black community anyway. Y'all been out the community, really. It's just that.
Yeah, you're talking about those camps. Yeah, I don't rock with none of that. So when I start talking about that, I speak of it within the framework of history, right? Because I look at the Bible as a history book, as an archaeological book, and as a book, not a religious book, but like black history, right? So I give it credence because there are certain things that can be corresponded and validated in actual history. And I do believe in the Most High, I believe in the Creator, but I'm not part of no camp. Because a lot of these guys be going off, like you said, D. They be claiming Hispanics, they be claiming Native. In fact, they even got a damn chart that they made, which most of the people on the chart are not even Negroes. They be claiming Puerto Ricans and all kind of mixed people. And they don't specify that it's the Negroes because there's black people in all of those countries. I guess instead of, maybe with the exception of Argentina, because that might be on their damn chart too. But these fools are putting all kind of other subgroups, Mexicans and all this type of BS. And I'm like, man, where you get that from? That ain't nowhere in the scriptures. But anyway, I ain't gonna get into that. But this guy, light-skinned historian, he's talking all this Hebrew stuff, but just like the work that I've already done to prove that they were dark-skinned people, why is he even claiming that when he has a disdain and bitterness towards dark-skinned people? It's ridiculous. But let's get some more.
Y'all don't come together and discuss y'all issues and hang out with each other and etc. And when I say lead a black community, you can't really leave. I'm saying,
you mean the light skinned dude? Well, that's him. I mean, he identifies with that. That's somebody he feels that represents his phenotype, which is fine. Again, I don't have a problem with someone just by virtue of who they are, but don't come around me talking this nonsense. That's all I'm saying. And if you don't want to be considered black, ain't nobody asking you to. You understand? So that's my only problem with it. You can go be biracial and have your biracial family and look at, people in history, and you can claim those people who you feel were misrepresented as being black. I don't have a problem with that because I feel we need to clean house anyway. That's why I'm coming in tonight like Darth Vader, cleaning house, getting some things straight tonight, right? But yeah, just sit tight. We're going to get into it. Let's go.
Like, y'all should stop supporting dark-skinned people, all right, so much, and focus on your own group. I would stop supporting them wholeheartedly. And
Now, when he says support, what exactly is he talking about? Because I'm going to show you something in history, because he's trying to frame it like somehow dark-skinned people, i.e. actual black people, have stabbed him in the back or stabbed, mixed people in the back. Meanwhile, the actual people who were the ones that were treacherous were those people who, after the end of the Civil War, when the mulattoes could no longer be in the house because those white people start rallying amongst themselves and denying them. I'm going to show you some history on that. They didn't have anywhere to go, and because of the one-drop rule, they were kind of pushed into blackness, and black people, being the gracious people they were accepted. And I'm going to show you some history on this. Once they got on their feet after we accepted them, and this ain't all of them, but there was a large percentage of them who decided to form up their own little subgroup. That's how you got the Boule and all this type of stuff, the Blue Vein Society, with all these different brown paper bag tests, comb tests. You can't walk under the door if your hair is too tightly coiled. They put a comb at the top of the door. All that type of bullshit. That was them that did that. So he forgot all about that, right? But he want to talk about somebody othering them when they uttered themselves. And then all this stuff they're going through now, since he's trying to be so biblically based, he should know something about judgment. So the Most High don't like ugly, right? So if you light-skinned men in particular were the ones who formed up those type of secret societies. So maybe you're getting your judgment, and the reason why you're being treated the way you are is because of this BS that you did. You ever think of that? See, they don't think about that, but yeah, they're the ones that caused all this. And I got proof. I don't just be talking over here. I'm going to show the work. But anyway, I'm just setting them up. I'm just setting them up like a bowling pin, so I can come through like the bowling ball and knock out like all this bullshit down. And then what did he say? He said Caucasians engineered them. You know what? That's sad but true. And then he said outside the U.S., mixed race is mixed race. Yeah, I mean, it's just something that does, that they do here. Yep. And Charles Zulu, that's correct. He said 12 tribe chart is ridiculous. How come Brazil is not included in the chart? Exactly. That's more black people there than outside of, that's so most black people outside of Africa. And we're talking actual black. And down there, they actually have a specified category for non-mixed black people that they call the Preto. And then they have other, like, mixed, like the Pardos and the Mulattoes and all that. They got different groups. And again, I'm not saying this because there has to be some type of inherent beef going on. It just needs to be that distinction, right? And it's only the United States that has this type of problem. But anyway, let's get a little bit more before I start going in.
I was thinking about something while I was out, because I live in the hood and I live around Black American people. And I was at Kroger, and I was watching the Brother Blues Gelatos live about how these black dudes were begging for some money on the corners and stuff. And it had me thinking, when he was explaining this, because I was out there and they do that to me all the time, if the shoe was on the other foot, if I was out there begging for money, would they help my light-skinned ass out? And when I help out people...
Okay, so I'm going to show y'all some proof for not only did we help individuals, black people ain't never had a system set up to where, actual black people, where we were discriminating against people based on color. They did, though. That's why they formed those societies, those fraternities and sororities and all that, keeping out dark-skinned people. So again, he's trying to frame it like somehow we were setting up institutions or just because he's light-skinned, ain't nobody going to help him. Man, get the hell out of here, man. Any of us, if we walking down the street and we decide we're going to help somebody, because I've done it, I've given money to light-skinned people, dark-skinned people, you know what I mean? So we don't even think like that. Actual, integral, righteous black people, we don't think like that. But he's projecting, because you notice it didn't take much for him to switch up and start saying, well, he ain't going to help nobody. So I guess If he comes across a man like he sees on the screen that's down and out just because of his skin tone or his melanin content, he just gonna leave, even if he's in a position to help him, he ain't gonna help him based on skin tone. I mean, what kind of biblical principle is that? For all this Hebrew talk he's spewing, what part of the Bible is that? You see how much of a hypocrite he is? He sounds like them white folks. But anyway, let's get some work.
I'll make sure I only help out people because the Most High is watching. That's the
Yeah, you're damn right. So notice he said the Most High is watching. Yeah. So what part of what you said makes sense, especially when you understand that his people are actually the dark-skinned people. I proved that over and over again, and more importantly, that's what the history is. So you see that contradiction. He talking about the Most High watching. So yeah, so if the Most High watching, he gonna put you in the same category as any other group of people who did his people bad, because you might as well be a white man saying this. Well, if a person is black, you ain't gonna help him. Man, that sounds like the Klan. So if you talking about the Most High, this, that, and the third, what part of what you're saying corresponds with what the Most High said? But anyway, this is crazy. Let's go.
only reason why I help out people, especially people that I'm related to, like Black American people and stuff. But I started thinking to myself, would these people really help me out, or would they come up with every excuse not to help me out? Would these black women help me out if my light skinned ass was out there? Or would
Yes. So yeah, Dubois, yeah, I think he was a mulatto, right? And a lot of times, with this talented 10 stuff and all that. And again, I'm going to show you some information on all this. It really was a detriment to black people, to be honest. So I'm not even sure, when you look at the big picture, if a lot of these guys who we credit with being thought leaders and so forth, who happen to have that type of background, if they were even beneficial. If anything, they were detrimental. And he said the same thing about Booker T. Washington. Yeah, exactly. And then, yeah, but let's get some more. And then Shadow says, if you will only help someone in need because the Most High is watching, then you helping that person is not authentic. The Most High can read your heart. Exactly. So he's talking all this Most High stuff and all this Bible, the Hebrew stuff, but look what he's saying. You're not even supposed to be trying to seek vengeance like that. If you feel like dark skin, and if look, there were a particular dark skinned people that may have did you wrong. That don't mean every dark skinned person is going to do you wrong. So why is your particular mindset that you're just going to blanket discriminate against all dark-skinned people? It's just like with that FBA stuff, right? And like I mentioned in my last video that I posted, why are you guys using these terms like tether and so forth to blanket statement everybody, when that was supposed to be reserved for the people who are trying to undermine you? Because it was supposed to be a negative thing. But now you're just a tether because you're a foreign black person, right? And that's the same thing he's saying. Just because someone's dark skinned, they automatically are going to be discriminated against. That's pretty much what he's saying. Yep, you're right about that, D. Anyway, let's get a little bit more.
These light skinned chick bras help me out if I was on the curb. And it really had me thinking, I mean, just look at everything y'all done for black people already, and they pretty much mock and degrade y'all for no reason.
And you notice he's using the term black people, which is correct, because we're actual black people. So it's really redundant to even say dark-skinned person, but just for the sake of argument, because to be honest, that distinction benefits them. It don't benefit us, because why don't you have a such thing as a light-skinned white person? Because it's redundant. You don't have to say light-skinned white person, because by virtue of them being white, they're lighter skinned. By virtue of a black person existing, they're going to be a darker skinned person. So to even come up with these little ridiculous distinctions, that's doing them a favor. But at any rate, I'm only using the terminology because of the topic and to make a distinction. But let's get a little bit more.
All right, and I noticed the more you help out black people, the more they fuck you over, the more, and they actually tell you this to your face. And this is why I feel like light-skinned men, which I don't really do it anyway, but light-skinned people as a whole, especially the men, y'all should stop supporting dark-skinned people and only support other light-skinned men.
And we're gonna show. I'm also gonna show why what he's saying is practically impossible, and it's not because of us. I'm gonna show him. If y'all stick around, you're gonna see why this whole light-skinned federation, is this intergalactic coalition of light skins that he's trying to form, is going to fail. I'm gonna show you. You're going to be surprised at the reason, but just stick around.
All right, well, something that y'all should have been doing, and I'm gonna give some examples on the screen. Watch this video real quick.
Like, don't mess with no light skin dude.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. See, he's taking little bits of videos like this where people are saying certain things, and he's just getting butthurt because of that. And he wonders why people say that, there's a thing called acting light skin or them being extra sensitive, which they keep trying to project onto us. But watch this.
They emotional, they sensitive. Yeah. Like, he ain't no real nigga.
He's still not married to this day.
Yeah, but he has a fascination with strippers.
He does. He knocked up the one stripper in France, and then that's where the kid came from.
Yeah, who was it that exposed the kid?
Pusha T.
Yeah, that's really funny.
Video real quick. And look how comfortable these dark-skinned guys were with trying to emasculate y'all. I mean, this dude, he was talking about Drake and how Drake is sensitive. Now, why did he get on a public
Yeah, because we all know that Drake ain't sensitive, right? Get the hell out of here.
platform to stereotype light-skinned guys and to publicly humiliate y'all like that? And why did he feel so comfortable doing it around white people? And notice that he's not dark-skinned, but he's on the darker side. And they dark-skinned men make lies and stereotypes about y'all, and
they were talking about celebrity. Everybody is fair game that's a celebrity. It don't matter. But you see how he's just trying to use any excuse to try to verify his little BS talking points. People get in front of people all the time. You have panels of all black people talking about different celebrities, or it could be mixed company. It doesn't matter. But all he sees is a guy who's, quote, on the darker side, sitting around with some white dudes in his mind talking about a light-skinned guy. And everybody know that Drake being light-skinned is the least of his problems in terms of why people got a problem with him. And I'm going to go into that a little bit too, because they keep trying to use that to be an example as to why people have a problem with light-skinned people. No, people have a problem with certain behavior. And if you think that the only problem with Drake is that he's light-skinned, then you're a goddamn idiot. But anyway, let's get a little bit more there, and I'm going to show you guys some work.
get other people to believe it and to repeat after. And black women do the same thing. All right? There's nobody more emotional than dark-skinned men and dark-skinned people. That's why I cry about everything.
Oh, really? You mean like crying about how everybody's discriminated against you and everybody's plotting against you? Oh, I'm sorry. That would be you saying that. Because if we start talking about something, there's an actual threat there, because we only got, about 500 years of proof. But meanwhile, historically and currently, you don't have the same types of things that actual black people go through. And we all know that, but somehow, some way, they get a small percentage of some of the stuff that we historically have had to deal with, and he's bitching and screaming about it. Meanwhile, we're the sensitive ones. Amazing. And then D says, but they never direct their animosity, hostility at Caucasians. Thank you. Caucasians, Asians, Hispanics, Arabs, etc. And I'm going to show you why they don't do that. And then the other part is that's the main point of their problem. The people who kicked them out of their family was their white family members. We're the ones that essentially took them in. And again, I'm going to show my work. But let's get a little bit more.
And also, don't forget about the whole Kwame Brown situation. With Kwame Brown, he told you directly. He said, light-skinned people who think they black are crash dummies. He was being dead serious. He's letting y'all know that y'all not the same group.
Okay, now he always references Kwame Brown. Now listen, that might be the thought process of certain people. You could take the cynical point of view, or you could take the positive point of view. I like to take the positive point of view as to say, I don't necessarily go with the talking point that these people who are, say, mixed, biracial, or so forth need to be some involuntary crash dummies. What I say is that there needs to be an understanding. They need to respect our position as actual black people, just like they respect that white people are white people and that they see a distinction between them and themselves, right? And if they themselves want to lean more towards their black side, then we should have some rules of engagement. It's just like a country, right? We did what the black race has not had the opportunity to do, at least for the past 500 years, is to dictate the borders of what it required to present yourself to be accepted among us. It's kind of like as I mentioned, having an immigration policy. I'm not saying that there's no process by which a mixed person can be accepted as an ally. I mean, they can't be black just like any other race a person can't be, and everybody don't need to be black. If you want to lean more towards your black side in terms of being an ally, then I would suggest that you just stick with your own identity. And when you get in these positions where you can help an actual black person, then do it. You don't have to be going around for the ones that could quote pass and all that. Go ahead and pass, but then keep that tucked down. And then if you have a situation where you can hire, or you're in a position at a job, and you're in a position where you can get somebody in there who happens to be black, or you can kind of be the fly on the wall and see what people are plotting, then that's the type of relationship we can have. I don't say it has to be a crash dummy thing where we're just kind of, sending them out to, crash and burn like that necessarily, but there should be some type of understanding. But we're going to get into that before we wrap up as far as how to deal with this whole thing. But let's get a little bit more.
All right. Quit trying to hang out with us all the damn time. Which we don't do that, no way. The men don't, but the women do. But we don't really give a fuck about them for real. It's that light-skinned dudes that don't look out for one another. Y'all don't start conversations with one another. That's why they view y'all as a weak class, and they made y'all a subordinate class.
He said we made them a supporting class. It ain't white folks the one that didn't accept them into their family and to create the one drop rule just to push them outside. It wasn't that. It was us that did it, right? Okay.
The black community's greatest achievements come from light-skinned men. It doesn't come from dark-skinned men.
Okay, and that's a lie, but we're gonna go into that because he's gonna say some other BS like they're more talented than us. This is literally the stuff that he's gonna be saying. I'm gonna debunk all of this, by the way. He said literally that they're more musically inclined than us, they're more talented than us, they know the ones that did all the achievements. Okay, we're gonna put that to the test. This is the type of stuff, if he brought his ass on this panel, that he was gonna have to defend in real time. But I'm gonna show you something. But let's go. D said, what? Yeah, he literally said that. If not on this video, it's one on the other videos. But I'm gonna show you. It's just lame. I know, bro. I'm telling you. Listen. I was doing them a favor just by giving them an opportunity. Because we're gonna probably get a lot of people on the playback. Because I know we didn't advertise it. I didn't make a trailer, and I know it's right after y'all holiday and so forth, so I wasn't expecting a lot of people in the house, but salute to everybody in the house. But he had the opportunity to get his word out there to a larger platform, but if he's too chicken shit to do it, that's on him. But at the end of the day, he's still going to get the work regardless. But let's get a little bit more.
All right, but they treat y'all like shit, and the women pigeonhole y'all, and they pigeonhole y'all, the women and the men pigeonhole y'all. They even pigeonhole y'all from other groups of women. Yeah,
that's the part you don't understand. See, to the extent that there are talented people like Chris Brown, who I think is very talented. In fact, Chris Brown actually has a dark-skinned daddy. The dark-skinned daddy, right? And I'm going to show y'all something on that that's going to debunk everything light-skinned story is saying. But you wouldn't have a Chris Brown if it wasn't for Bobby Brown, and you wouldn't have a Bobby Brown if it wasn't for James Brown. Let me say that again. You couldn't have a Chris Brown without Bobby Brown. You wouldn't have a Bobby Brown without James Brown. So the bottom line is that all comes from dark-skinned men, including Chris Brown, because like I said, he got a dark-skinned daddy. But let's go.
All right, they don't give you a counterpart to rest on. All right, and also another thing is that right here, I might react to this video later on. Let me know if y'all want me to react to it. But this screenshot, this cat right here was making fun of light-skinned dudes on why, this is years ago, I remember seeing this years ago. He was saying why you light-skinned cats always get y'all women took by dark-skinned men. And that if we was the same group and they view us as brothers and we was all the same nation and all the same people, then why are they making videos like this? Shouldn't light-skinned women be your women too? But that goes to show you they don't view it that way. They view you as a totally different group. But when
so hold up, wait a minute. Wasn't it y'all who was the first one that created all these little BS sororities and fraternities and boule and blue vein societies, Creole societies? You were the one that said them was not our women. You were the one that created these little laws and these little rules that certain women of certain mixed background had to marry another mixed race man. Y'all was the one that did that. So you was the first one that said who was your woman and who wasn't. We just nowadays people might just be going, it may be a delayed reaction, but this was put in place from you. And like I said earlier, this may have to do with your judgment because you were the ones that isolated yourself with all these secret societies undermining black people. Look at what happened in Haiti with the mulatto class out there, and look at Dominican Republic, how it's pretty much a mulatto outpost, and how they discriminate against the Haitians right on the same island. So it's been y'all the one, creating these little barriers and these little ways to undermine black people. So what are you talking about? I mean, if we're saying it now, that's what you've said historically. So why you got a problem with it all of a sudden? If a black man says, "Oh yeah, the light skin or the mixed women, that's all women," or whatever, that's what you've been saying for goddamn it 200 years. Yeah, I know it's fact, Shadow. I mean, he can't refuse. See, this is the type of work he was gonna get if he came on a panel. That's why he didn't show up, because he know what it is. These people know my channel. That's why I had no confidence. I had no problem just me against all of them. I would have let all of them come on the panel at the same time. We would have did it orderly, but if all of them showed up, I would have been dealing with all of them. I wouldn't even need to back up the KR squad, the stormtroopers. I don't need the storm. It's good that y'all in the house, but I don't need the stormtroopers for this. I can handle it like I did the intro, just coming in, slicing and dicing, got the lightsaber out on my own. You know what I'm saying? So it's all good. But anyway, let's get some more of this foolery.
I make videos, these bitch ass dark skinned niggas get in my comment section.
Also, we bitch ass dark skinned. Okay, but who the bitch ass do when you didn't even show up to a showdown? We're so bitch ass that one invited you on a panel to go toe to toe, man to man, but you didn't show up. And you best believe he got that notification because I tagged him a month in advance, a whole month, not a month, a month in advance for him to get this work. But somehow, some way, and I tell you what, he can even come in the comment section later after the live and just say, "Hey man, I could not make this live, but set it up for another day. I'll take time out of my busy schedule with my very valuable time, and I would make some time for him just to give him this work direct, live and direct." We can do that. So, I understand things happen and everybody may not be, because I got even night riders that couldn't get into the house, right? They might come later, but, people got stuff to do. I get it. But if he comes in the comment section and says, "Hey, I want to take you up on that challenge," and then he want that fade live and direct, he can get it. Any one of them. It don't matter to me. But at the same time, don't be calling somebody a bitch ass whatever and you the one just chickening out. That's all I'm saying. But anyway, let's go.
You're talking about this is divisive, and they know what it really is. But these bitch ass niggas will literally get in my comment section talking about the black community start dividing. And notice, they only do that shit when light skinned men say this shit, bring this stuff up. But when it's hundreds of fucking videos of dark skinned niggas, these dusty ass dark skinned niggas making these comments, and then
he gonna show a picture. He just like he's Uncles United. See, that's why he's like Skywalker, and she's Princess Bleachea. In the series, I'm not even a huge Star Wars fan because, but I know it's based on Black Thought, and I'm gonna probably show you guys a picture of that. How George Lucas, who's married to a black woman, I even know who she is, and I've been to her building. When I worked in the financial industry, she has a place called Ariel Investments. It used to be right across the street from the firm I used to work for, and it's this black woman that George Lucas is married to. But all of the Star Wars concept is a black concept, right? But anyway, so this dude, he gonna put these tatted up black dudes on the, just like Exalcos United. He's Luke, Light Skywalker. She's Princess Bleachea, sister and brother in this BS, and they always try to demonize and show black men in the worst light possible while talking trash. It's crazy, but let's go.
They don't never leave them damn comments on them fucking videos. They don't never do that. But when a light-skinned dude brings it up, all of a sudden you being divisive and you causing division. All right. Nobody caused the division besides dark-skinned people. All right. But you light-skinned dudes need to stop being so damn weak. And I think it's because y'all light-skinned mothers are in agreement of what the hell they saying. And they view it as cool to mock y'all. And that could take a toll on you when that. And also, I seen this video on if dark-skinned people really cared about y'all. I was on Facebook and I seen these white girls mocking light-skinned dudes. They were repeating black women's, these one of these white girls that wish they were black. So they calling light-skinned dudes sassy. And that's what I said. They made it a trend globally to hate on y'all or to mock.
Oh, so we made it a trend. So it ain't y'all acting a certain way that creates these types of things. It's all dark-skinned people conspiring with white people. Because he even goes so far to say that type of BS. He'll go up there talking about that somehow. I mean, he did one video, some goofy ass video where he had, that movie White Man Can't Jump with Wesley Snipes and Woody Harrelson on the cover. He gonna put that on a thumbnail, and then the theme of the video was we was like brothers, black men and white men working together against light skinned dudes. This is the most crazy shit I ever seen in my life. But this is the type of foolery that they're putting out there. And you guys wonder why I had to do this smoke show, right? Because I want that kind of smoke. I want a fool to come around me talking this stuff. Because I prefer to give them that work live and direct. But again, to use his terminology, he's so much of a bitch ass so and so that he don't want to get this work live and direct. But anyway, at any point that he wants to come back later because he couldn't make it, he can still get it. We'll set it up. But anyway, we just got a little bit more of this.
Y'all to ridicule y'all. But I guarantee you, if the shoe was on the other foot, these dark-skinned dudes would be crying. And I guarantee you for a fact, these punk-ass light-skinned dudes would literally be stopping white people, checking white people. But notice that the dark-skinned people do not do the same for y'all. If a white...
He said he has special needs. Yeah, they special, all right.
Person mistreats y'all or talks about y'all, they're not going to jump out in the forefront and try to say, that's my brother, leave him alone. They're not going to do that. And also, the only time they support a light-skinned cat is if he's killed by the police and they want to spread a certain narrative or some shit. All right? But you light-skinned dudes, y'all tolerate this abuse, so y'all deserve it. Y'all don't call it out. It's not y'all fault. But I'm going to see you on the next one.
Okay, but yeah, listen, man. This is the type of crazy stuff that is passing for content nowadays, right? But I'm going to show you some hypocrisy real quick. This is another video that he posted, right?
He's in a relationship either with a dark skin or a white dude. Like, there's no, I've never seen.
Okay, yeah, let me put this back on the screen. I'm going to show you something,
like,
right?
Every time I see a light-skinned woman and
let me know, what's your observation on this video? Do y'all think this is out of genuine concern or mockery towards light-skinned males? Because the reason I'm saying this is because we know how black men compete. They compete with women and taking advantage of women, and you know how they compete with other groups of men. We already discussed that. But if you really think about this, you think that he's being genuine, it's a genuine concern, and it could just be a genuine observation that he...
Yeah, I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. He was just making an observation, and he's not the only one that made that observation. And maybe it's because of people like you, light-skinned historian, that people don't see as many light-skinned women with light-skinned men. You ever think of that? So it looks like the brother just making a genuine observation. He wasn't dissing them, wasn't saying nothing, but you see how he immediately goes to something negative. Now, this is what I wanted to show y'all, right? If you look at the comment section of that particular video, which we took the liberty of screenshotting, I want to make sure you can see this. This was under that particular video. Now, you have, what's her name, Ginger, or as I affectionately call her, not Jabba, but Ginger the Hutt. We're going to get to her in a minute. But she was sitting up there in his comment section talking about this guy, right? And he said when they see a white man with a light-skinned woman, they don't question it because in their minds the white man can have whoever they want, but a light-skinned man, they feel superior over you, so they believe you should be our last choice when dating. Now again, we gonna get into this particular woman, but she likes to try to frame herself like she's one of these type of desirable light-skinned women. And I'm gonna hold my peace. I'm just gonna, put her on the screen and let you guys judge. Because like I said, I believe in giving the fair market its ability to judge for itself. But this was her in his comment section talking about this guy. And another comment that came up was some of these people talking about the guy's nose or what have you. Let me see if I can find that. You look at the bottom comment. Somebody said his nose never seen a surgeon. So they making fun of the dark skin features, but while at the same time screaming and crying about how they're being discriminated against. And like I said, when you go back in history, who was the first ones that start setting up those discriminatory practices? The brown paper bag test, the Blue Vein Society, the comb test, all this type of stuff. And even to this day, they're still doing it. They're still doing it. And then they got the audacity to project it like somebody's messing with them. You see the second comment, it says nose looking like the letter M that a toddler made using Play-Doh. So they got all these jokes for black genetics, and then they wonder why they've been ostracized from the black community. It's amazing. But anyway, yeah, I just want to show you that. But let's go into something deep, right? Let's go into something deep. Because it seems kind of weird to me that you got all these clowns talking nonsense. And we just got to get a quick little refresher in terms of what exactly a black person is. So I got a couple things I'm going to show you on that.
Pressurized Egyptian antiquities to allow for the testing of skin pigmentation.
Now, some of you might be familiar with this very scholarly, intelligent gentleman by the name of Dr. Anta Diop, and he was the one that developed a mechanism to determine the melanin content in those mummies. Very genius thing that he did. So I just want to play a little bit of this, and just we're going to have to get into some definitions, right? Because people get game goofy when it comes to understanding what an actual black person is, right? So we're just going to have a quick refresher on this, and then we're going to get back into this work. But check this out.
For a long time, African-centered scholars and academics have pressurized Egyptian antiquities to allow.
And let me be very clear. I ain't one of these hoteps. I don't worship blackness. I'm making a point, but I believe that the Creator made us, and when I give credence and value to blackness, it's basically glorifying the Creator. So I ain't one of these hoteps. So let's make that very clear. But when I look at the work, I still marvel at the ingenuity and what it all means, but I give the glory to the Creator, right? I'm not one of these self-worshipers that worship blackness itself, but I am going to respect it, and I respect what melanin actually is and the purpose of it. And when I see people such as these less melanated people basically trying to diss it, then it's incumbent upon me to kind of set them straight, and that's what we're doing. So let's get a little bit more.
Allow for the testing of skin pigmentation. This can be done via the measurement of the concentration.
Oh yeah, let's hold that on to that, Zulu. If you want to rate her, I'm gonna give you an opportunity. So let's hold tight. And then D said, I think he think of Lee's. Yeah, you might be right. I'm not sure, but let's go.
Concentration of melanin to ascertain the exact skin tone of mummified individuals. Understandably, Afrocentric anthropologists have always been confident in the knowledge that ancient Egyptians will cluster among the same racial stock as modern Africans. Esteemed historian and physicist Dr. Anta Diop developed a simple melanin dosage test that would be able to return the exact living complexion from any mummy based on a minuscule sample of the epidermis. What's important to note here is that melanin concentration is responsible for skin pigmentation. The more melanocytes present in skin, the darker an individual will be. Diop himself stated, although the epidermis is the main site of the melanin, the melanocytes penetrating the derm at the boundary between it and the epidermis, even where the latter has mostly been destroyed by the embalming materials, show a melanin level which is non-existent in the white-skinned races.
Okay, so that was a very ingenious, with this heavily melanated man, Cheikh Anta Diop, came up with this system to determine that the mummies were indeed black. So this is a type of ingenuity that's all around, verifying the great work of the creator and forming melanin. But meanwhile, you got people like Light Skin Historian and the rest of them denigrating it, while at the same time trying to co-opt it by going back claiming some of these ancient civilizations. It's totally ridiculous. But anyway, let me show you something else. Because, like I said, I'm not no damn Hotep, but I do respect the scholarship and the work and the research, right? So you even got Asian people talking about melanin, and in case you think that it's only these Afrocentric people that know this science, I'm gonna prove you wrong right here, because this Asian dude finna break it down pretty good. So let's go. Let me show you this. I gotta drop one of these videos off. Hold on. Yeah, let me load this video with this Asian guy. I think he's a doctor. He's just kind of breaking down for you the metaphysical aspect. And he's not the first one to say this, but I just want to show you that it's a different perspective. But he's gonna break it down pretty good. So let's go.
Think melanin just determines skin tone, but actually melanin is not just skin deep, it's dimension deep. In eternal life sciences, melanin is not just a pigment, it's a biocrystalline photoreactive molecule that functions like a spiritual semiconductor. Melanin is a light absorbing and holding molecule, a frequency translator that stores information in vibrational form, and check this out, it's a dimensional access key to solar, planetary, and ancestral memory fields. Let that sink in. This is why certain bloodlines with higher melanin concentration were specifically targeted.
Okay, so you see why the system is set up now where it's the darker people that get the most problems, because they understand this on a deep scientific and metaphysical level, right? And again, I ain't trying to get all Hotep, but this is actual fact. And when you research it, you realize that when the creator made us, he made us for that reason. And so the further you're away from that melanin, the further you are away from the creator, to be honest. So when you get these light-skinned people talking all this craziness, they're the ones that's dissing the closest thing to the creator. Now, again, you got a bunch of degenerate black people too, because they're not tapped in, because you have to tap into it on a spiritual level. So they have the option to do it or not do it. Some of us, we're able to function on a higher level intellectually and physically because we are tapped in. But for the ones who are not, it don't matter if they're melanated if they don't tap in. That's why you can have some unrighteous black people. But I don't want to go too far on that. But he's correct in what he's saying, and I just wanted to show you a different perspective, because we know that a lot of African scholars and black scholars have brought out this information for decades, but even the Asians now are breaking it down. So we're going to get a little bit more. Let's go.
Such as the indigenous, the African, Aboriginal tribes, etc.
And the black people are the most melanated, but let's go.
Because they literally held tribal shield memory keys needed for planetary grid healing and awakening. And these codes were purposefully persecuted, and the history was changed to distort this.
Yeah. Now, D, when you say Hotep is disrespectful, it's because they made it disrespectful. You know, the likes of Umar, Cookie Monster, Johnson. Because I know what you're saying. Imhotep, the actual Imhotep, was a great man. I ain't talking about him. I'm using that as a phrase to determine and to separate it from these shysters, because they've made it a bad term. So, but I understand where you're coming from. But at the same time, that's what happens when you get a bunch of shysters like Umar and the rest of them, Brother Polite and all the rest of them. They're the ones that gave it that bad name. So when you use that term, you know that what comes to mind is those type of guys. But yeah, I know the actual Imhotep was a great man. I ain't dissing him, but let's go.
Spiritual truth. Melanin isn't random. It's quantum. It's a frequency translator that connects the body to solar codes, cosmic memory, and ancestral DNA activation. So the more melanin you carry, the more light and shadow you are capable of integrating. So in essence, the more melanin, the more cellular memory, the more...
Shazula, they ain't gonna answer that, because if they do answer it, they're gonna say something stupid. Even though the soil and even any type of any type of person who's a horticulturalist or anybody who an agriculturalist tells you that the richest, most fertile, most nutrient dense soil possible is the darkest soil. And that's what you had back then. When the Most High first created the earth, there was no deserts or sand or anything like that. Everything was heavenly melanated, heavenly enriched. So no, Shadow, they're not going to answer that question, because to answer that question is to undermine their entire point. But anyway, let's get a little bit more.
More memory, the more power, the more power, the more you are a threat to the control systems. So melanin-rich beings are being called and chose to transmute their personal and generational distortions, traumas, and collective karma stored in their ancestral DNA and planetary morphogenetic fields. And this is why their path can sometimes feel heavier, but it also carries redemptive power for...
Yeah, you see how this goes with our Star Wars thing, because we're like the Empire Strikes Back, even though, you know, that might be episode 5, but we had to at least, you know, come out strong and, you know, push back against this nonsense, right? Let's go.
All of humanity. And this is not hierarchy, it is planetary stewardship.
Yeah, but anyway, he going in, so we got to give credit where it's due. Even an Asian knows what melanin is, and he knows the power of it, knows the importance of it. And what's so crazy, yeah, you know what, I was going to speak on this particular individual right here at the beginning, but I guess I'll speak on her now.
Warring with one another, Christians versus Christians.
You know what's going on with Kundis, or Ku Klux Klandis, right? So she's sitting up here telling black folks that they need to learn their history. So this is just a short clip I'm going to show. I'm just going to speak on this briefly, and we're going to get back to going in on these people. But I want you to pay attention to something real quick. I meant to address her in the beginning, but I'm just going to do it now real quick, because she was in episode 3, and I was talking about how she was going in on Kamala inadvertently, even though she's a producer of the very thing that we're talking about tonight. As well as being a treacherous, slanderous, degenerate. You know, now she's trying to get on a good foot and try to, you know, tell black folks that they need to learn their history. Meanwhile, she's beefing with the very people that she was in bed with to demonize black people. So for all you Negroes who are jumping on the Candace bandwagon, you need to remember why she's doing it. She did not come out against these people on your behalf. She was trying to defend those Arabs over there in the Gaza Strip, and because they murked her boy. That's the reason why she's going with these people. She had no point did she stand up for you. So for all these dudes, I see more black dudes caping for her than her own damn husband. Speaking of which, where the hell is he, man? I you know, don't you know if your wife under attack, you supposed to, at least as a show of solidarity, be on cam with her. They calling her all kind of black bees and all kind of stuff. Nick Fuentes, little pipsqueak ass, talking reckless. How come he didn't speak up on her behalf? It's crazy to me. But meanwhile, that's their preference, right? But anyway, well, watch what she gonna say. Just a little short clip, and look at the hypocrisy. Let's go.
I challenge black Americans to wake up to your true history, because your quarrel is not with white men. Okay, wake up to who publishes these.
Yes, Shadow, we're going to get into why it fits. When you see specifically that Ginger the Hut, you're going to see that was a perfect name we came up with. But anyway, yeah, you know, you're going to see how this all worked out.
Books and keeps us warring with one another. Christians versus Christians, right? Christians versus Muslims. Wake up and learn the true history of slavery, because that was...
Okay, so the nerve of this woman trying to tell us the history of slavery. Meanwhile, you mean the same history that you used to deny when you was trying to make an excuse, talking about who didn't invent slavery, trying to cover for white folks, and she trying to blame the small hats for slavery as if they were the only ones involved. Yeah, we understand. We've been talking about that for years, about how they financed it and owned a lot of the slave ships, and they were the ones who presented the ability for these people to get loans to buy slaves and all. We know all of that, owned the slave ships, but she's just bringing preference. So the point I'm making is that for all these simp ass dudes who coming out here defending her, just to understand that she's only doing it because they murked her boy, and that she's defending another group of people, not you, but she's defending some dudes who wouldn't piss on her to put her out if she was on fire. The people over there who are some more imposters who don't belong over there, but she's willing to defend them and put everything on the line, go to bat, put her life in danger for other people. But when it came to you and your image, such as what she did with George Floyd, she totally justified him the way he was killed, talking about he had fentanyl. Meanwhile, excusing the fact that he had a knee on his neck for 9 minutes, that had nothing to do with it, and justifying it as if to say that there's no due process in America and somehow you can just put your knee on somebody's neck and then it's justified. Meanwhile, the reason that the cops were called in the first place, that alleged $20 bill, we ain't seen hide nor hair of that since then. There's supposed to be some fake $20 bill, as if that would make it justified. But whatever happened to that 20? And then moreover, they always bury the fact that Derek Chauvin actually knew George Floyd, because George Floyd and him were bouncers at the same club, and George Floyd was actually above him, and he was in charge of him getting paid. And at some point, there was a payment dispute, and he always held a grudge against him. So he took that, he went into the police force, and he took that as an occasion to get his revenge back. They always leave that conveniently out. But I just wanted to point this out because this degenerate broad, I ain't buying it. That's why I call her Kundis, Slowens, and Ku Klux Klandis. It's because that's what she is. I ain't buying it. She on her own. I know them people's coming for her, but that's the bed that she chose to lay in, so she just needs to lie in it. Let's go.
Wasn't exactly a white men sport. Okay.
You see what I'm saying? She's caping. What you mean wasn't a white man sport? What is she talking about? This not even worth a rebuttal. So she just tried to put it all on the so-called Jews, right? It's ridiculous. She defending them more than they defend her. That's for damn sure.
Okay. Jewish people were the ones that were trading us. Jewish people were in control of the slave trade. They've buried a lot of it, but it's there, and you can find it.
And she just she's sweeping down. She's schooling somebody. Get your ass off my screen. But yeah, so that I just want to hit you with that, man. This is total nonsense. But anyway, yeah, I got a couple more of these light-skinned dudes talking similar to what he was saying. So let me show you this guy real quick.
Play a little factor in dating. Because if you are a light-skinned man, I'm just going to keep it a stack. You're cooked. You're going to have to work 10 times harder, bro. Like, I'm sorry. Don't even get me started. Light-skinned women do not like light-skinned guys that much. Like, they just don't. Light-skinned couples.
Now, whose fault is that? See, they trying to make it seem like, especially light-skinned story, he's trying to make it seem like we got something to do with it because we brainwashing them. As if the women just don't have a preference, right? As if they can't pick and choose. Because I know I've been picked over a light-skinned dude before. In fact, I'm going to tell y'all a quick anecdote. I may have mentioned this before, but I'm just going to briefly remind you. I remember I was in grammar school. I think we was in the 8th grade, right? And I, as I mentioned before, I used to kind of goof off in class. I was pretty good with the roasting and stuff, and I was able to do the work, but I was lazy. I didn't want to do the work, and I would do just enough to get by to keep my parents off my case. And one time we had a substitute because our main teacher was out, and he was kind of giving us a little bit of more freedom because our main teacher used to be strict. So when he was out, because I think he had to have foot surgery or something. And so the sub came in, he was more laid back and he was a cool guy, but he made sure that we had to do our work and he would give us a little more free time. And one time, I had I took a test and I scored very high, and he was like, he thought I was dumb because all I wanted to do was sit over there and roast with people. And he was like, if you apply yourself, then you'd be doing a lot better. And he just kind of put some wind under my sails to tell me that I needed to do more, because I was kind of hiding it from my parents because I would pass stuff, but I wasn't doing my full potential. But anyway, I had this one particular light-skinned cat that was in my class, right? And me and him were maybe some of the best roasters in the class. We used to kind of go back and forth, and we used to go back and forth with each other so much that we became friends, because it was like we used to make each other laugh. We'd be going out, and he used to use those dark-skinned jokes, because that's the only thing he can really say about me, right? Black stuff, but it used to be funny, so he would have me laughing. But long story short, he would be roasting with people, but he was the type of person, he just wanted to he would just keep going, right? Me, I would, if I saw if you wasn't fighting back, I would ease up off you. But he was like a bully, he knew he was more witty than certain people, so he would just keep going in on them. And so he would get into a lot of conflicts, and people would be wanting to fight him and stuff, right? So one time we were sitting over his house on our little recess or break or whatever, and we just stopped over to his crib, and then he was like, yeah, man, these people just want to be, they just want to jump on me because I'm light-skinned and cute. I was like, what? I was like, that was the first time I ever heard that. And like I said, I was in like 8th grade, and that's the first time I ever heard somebody say that, when it was, the main reason was he was an asshole. And I'm like, well, the reason why I get along with you is because I'm a jackass too. And, we kind of go back and forth. But I said, these other people, they ain't witty like that, so they want to whoop your ass because you keep going in on them. But in his mind, it was only because he was light-skinned and quote cute, right? So that was his mentality. So one time it was me, him, and these other 2 girls. And the 2 girls were light-skinned. They were both what you would consider attractive. And one of them was, I guess, like the leader or something, right? And I don't know if you ever seen that old show, A Different World, but the first, the older shows where they had Whitley and then she had a little sidekick. They were both light-skinned, but one of them was the leader. It was that kind of dynamic, right? So we all sitting around our little group. And the leader, I guess, she's like, yeah, we need to go on a double date. And then she chose up on me. She said, yeah, you need to take me, and then he can go with her. I kid you not. That light-skinned dude was like, he looked at her, he was like, oh, so you don't want to go with me, right? And she was like, no, and I'm looking, I'm like, dude. So I guess he liked her or something, but he didn't like the fact that she chose up on me, because I guess since I was dark-skinned. But long story short, I don't even think we was friends after that. So for some reason, it really bothered him, right? And this was in the 80s. So they was in, and contrary to what they believed, they were in back then. So he could not believe, it was towards the late 80s, but he could not believe that a light-skinned girl was choosing up on a dark-skinned guy over him. Because remember, I told you his mindset was, even when people were wanting to fight him, it had nothing to do with what he was doing. It was because he was, quote, light-skinned and cute. But that's the type of bullshit they're doing even to this day. It's crazy. And then y'all got your own stories, right? He said, a cat said that he looked better than me when I was in college. He said he was a Kappa Alpha. Oh, we don't get into sorority stuff and the fraternity stuff. He said we worked at UPS. Yeah, dude, they do all that. They're the ones to be all that hyper competitive, and they'll swear up and down it's you trying to compete with them, but meanwhile it's them. But anyway, let's get some more of this.
Just don't work out like that. They don't. And let's say if it does happen, right? That light-skinned guy, he got to be tatted up. He got to look like he sells weed. He got to look like he's some type of SoundCloud rapper, whatever, Spotify rapper. If he don't fit any of those descriptions, then I'm sorry, he's less likely to get chosen. And I know a lot of y'all go come on here and say, oh, it's not about skin complexion, it's just about you personally. I will say, how you carry yourself is still a factor, but that's not the only factor. Because let's keep it real. A brown skin or dark skin is more likely to get chosen by a light-skinned woman, or maybe just a melanated queen in general, than a light-skinned guy.
Okay,
Cloud rapper, whatever.
So again, they never question why this is the case, right? It's always a projection. There's something wrong. Like this guy right here, he's always crying too. Or watch this guy. Hold on.
Once again with the message for the fellas, not just any fellas, but for the light-skinned guys, particularly light-skinned blacks, but this also includes mixed race light-skinned men and also biracial light-skinned males. My question to you guys is, when are you going to be tired of being at the bottom of the barrel in the black community? I noticed that we don't get chosen for sports teams unless we're related to a celebrity already. Like, I only watch.
Well, wait a minute. According to Light Skin Historian, they're supposed to be the most talented, right? That's what he said. I'm gonna get into that clip in a minute. But according to this guy, they don't get chose for the sports and stuff like that. And you know, Light Skin Historian got Steph Curry as his avatar and all this. And okay, cool. They should be killing the damn thing, right? Why is this guy complaining about not being chosen for sports and so forth if they're supposed to have all the talent? It's kind of perplexing to me. I don't get it. But let's go.
NBA, so I don't know what goes on with NFL and other sports, but I watch NBA, and I noticed the light-skinned males they choose from the NBA are related to celebrities already, like JaVale.
Yeah, I did a whole video on that before, Shadow. He said, I don't ever want a woman calling me cute. Leave that word for ladies, babies, and pets. Yeah. And that's a bad thing that goes on in the black communities, particularly with the women, this infantilization of grown men. There ain't no such thing as a cute grown man. It's ridiculous. But that's the problem with these light-skinned dudes. Ever since they were young, they had these, particularly a lot of these black women was calling them cute back then. And then they're grown men thinking that they need to be treated like they're, quote, cute. That's the problem. That's the problem right there. But anyway, let's go.
McGee, Stephen Curry, you know, I can't think off the top of the head right now. If they're light skinned and they're not related to a celebrity that was dark skinned, that was one of their parents, then they're always mixed race, like Jason Kidd, or I would say Delonte West. You know, those two guys weren't related to celebrities. So the mixed race men get chosen because their white side is favored by society. But if you're just a light-skinned black, then you have to be related to a celebrity in order to become famous. I noticed that the black fraternities have blackballed light-skinned black males.
Okay, so he's talking about the black fraternities, right? Okay, so remember, I kind of alluded to that earlier, but I'm going to show you guys something, because we got to go into how this thing even became the way it is, because they like to have this revisionist history. They like to go and start rewriting or relighting history. They're just doing all this foolery. Oh yeah, let me get this little clip of can you talk about melanin without
genetic potential
talking about
to
her
produce
right
the black pigment melanin, which gives all skin color. And since we have the highest level of genetically determined ability to produce this pigment that can cause white genetic annihilation, and it's only males who can impose sexual intercourse. And so the focus consciously, subconsciously has to zero in on the males. This is why I say that understanding, I'm not talking about institutional racism. I'm talking about a total system construct that develops out of certain patterns of thinking on the part of people who classify themselves as white.
Yeah, and the same can be said, and that was Francis Cress Welsing. Now, the same thing can be said about these light-skinned dudes. You notice that they are sounding more and more like they white daddy. I mean, it's amazing. But we're going to show you some other ways that they were acting like they are white daddy. And again, they're the one that want to come out with this stuff. So what we're doing is just responding, because apparently they don't know their history, and they want to make it seem like we were the ones that betrayed them, and they were the ones that were the betrayers, as I'm going to show you right here. So let me give you some information on some of these little societies. Since you heard what that dude said, the other bald head light skinned dude, he was like, well, we somehow the black fraternities were discriminating against them. So this is a total reversal of the past. This is a total reenactment and a remixing of what actually happened. And it's crazy. I mean, we're gonna have to show them better than we can tell them as far as who did what. So let me show you some of this historic discrimination that they did. Check this out. Brown paper bag test, discriminatory practice used to exclude dark-skinned black people. This was them. So meanwhile, they flipping the script like somehow dark-skinned black people or actual black people were the ones that were excluding them when we have mountains of evidence showing stuff like this. But we ain't done. We got more. It's a damn shame we gotta do this, but we gotta do it. The brown paper bag test was a discriminatory practice where individuals, particularly African Americans, were defined or denied entry into social clubs, fraternities, and other organizations if their skin tone was darker than a brown paper bag. This was a form of colorism that privileged, quote, lighter skin, and it was used by groups like historically black fraternities, sororities, and churches to maintain a form of social stratification based on skin color. So this is a historic fact. So any type of discrimination or whatever they're feeling now is a delayed response from what they set up, because these were the people at the helm or at the top of this were light-skinned dudes. So it's ironic that they're the ones that's catching all the hell right now, but they don't seem to be able to connect the dot that it may have something to do with their discriminatory practices, which is what this represents, right? Let me show you some more. Watch this. And it's amazing how much historic amnesia they have when it comes to, how this situation even got the way it is. It's like they have absolutely no concept of accountability. It's really ridiculous. But yeah, let me pull up this next one. Let me show you this. Some of these videos that illustrate perfectly the type of things that they were doing. And again, I mentioned the Blue Vein Society, the Creoles, and that's why they want a new light skin hope, because they had the first light skin hope that failed when they came out, when they were in the plantations and they were getting privileges because they were the descendants of the slave masters. Even though they weren't accepted as part of the family, they still had slightly better, clothing and food than the actual black people, because they were literally related to the slave master, but they still was not considered part of the family like that. They were still enslaved to a point, but they were house servants. That's where the whole dynamic between the house slave and the field slave came from. It wasn't no situation where we were all in the field one day, some light-skinned people out there and a dark-skinned people, and they just said, oh, hey, boy, you sure is light-skinned. Come over here and get some of these mint juleps. Come up here on the porch, man, because you light-skinned. No, that was his son. That was his daughter. So therefore they're going to be in the house. Now, when the plantation system was destroyed after the Civil War and during Reconstruction and so forth, that's when they basically that first light-skinned hope failed. And then the second light-skinned hope was after they got on their feet, after we pretty much took them in and got them back on their feet. Then they start forming them secret societies, but then that failed. So now we're in this new light-skinned hope where they're trying to be the victims, and they're trying to form this little internet sorority and fraternity, whatever they're trying to do, coming out here whining and complaining about how much the dark skins, are discriminating against them. So it's really crazy. But let me show you something, because we come prepared. So if he was going to show up, he was going to get so much work. I'm just kind of skipping over stuff because I got so much work for him. It's ridiculous. And I got to, be mindful of the time. But I'm going to show you examples that have been illustrated in movies about the type of systems that they set up. And some of you are going to be familiar with some of this. Let's go. Okay, so I think that first video, that one might not play. Let me try the next one. Hold on. Yeah, I thought this was going to play. Let me try this one.
They take the land from our people.
Okay, now this is the Klan, right? So I'm going to show you the evolution, because this was their problem. When the white man was losing power after the Civil War, and they formed up the Klan because they were feeling pretty much like, you know, the blacks was coming to get them, and they were very much so scared, and that's when they start forming these secret societies. And we're going to see the evolution of how that kind of merged into these light-skinned and mixed fraternities. But check it out.
They're gonna take our women. I'm not afraid to die.
He said they're going to take our women. What does that sound like? Don't that sound like what the guy complaining about, how all the light-skinned women are getting took? Very similar, isn't it?
Take our women. I'm not afraid to take our women. I'm not take the land from our people. They're gonna take our women.
It sounds very familiar.
I'm not afraid to die in defense of my country and my way of life. I'm not afraid to kill for my way of life. It is my sacred duty to God. It is my sacred duty to God. It is my sacred duty to God. Say it. Sacred duty to God. Say it. Say it. It's my sacred duty to God. Say it loud. It's my sacred duty to God. You must chop them out. You gotta chop them out. You gotta chop them out. Root and branch. If the tree of white hope is gonna survive. Chop them out. You gotta chop them out. Root and branch. If the tree of white hope is gonna survive. Root and branch. If the tree of white hope is gonna survive. If the tree of white hope is gonna survive.
So they got a tree of white hope and you got a tree of light skin hope. Let's get it.
So you let them burn. Come on, say it! Burn! Say it! Burn! Burn! Let the nigga burn in hell!
Okay, so that is their White Daddy, and it's amazing how similar they sound and how they're pretty much doing the same thing. It's amazing. It's amazing.
I got a feeling, brothers. I got a feeling somebody's trying to sneak in my frat, and they ain't gonna be no shit like that. When the gong calls, the quest begins to the land of Gamma Phi Gamma. Keep your beacons from touching the ground, or you shall perish.
Watch the eternal lantern. Never let it out of your sight.
Come on!
We are gonna make it to Gamma Live!
Gamma! Thank you! Gamma! Don't get fired out! I want Gamma! I want Gamma!
Yeah, so they forgot about all that, right? They forgot all these little fraternal.
Sweat blood into your sweat blood and tears. Gamma. Sweat blood into your sweat. Sweat blood into your sweat. Sweat blood into your sweat and tears. Gamma. Ain't gonna be no shit like that.
Yeah, so they forgot about all these little rituals and, you know, sexual degeneracy, how they were smutting out their women and running trains and doing all this and doing all these weird hazing rituals. They forgot about all that, right? But it's the dark skins, right? It's our fault, right? Okay.
To the heavens! We are the eternal lantern, guiding us through the misty mist and the dusty dust on the straight and narrow path. Fighter of the wrong, protector of the weak, from the nibble to the bottle, Gamma by Gamma!
Now, what's the difference between this and a Klan rally or a skinhead rally? You tell me. But a couple of shades of light, a couple of a couple of percentages of melanin. I mean, what's the difference here? Let's go. Yeah, so it might as well be a bunch of skinheads out there, But again, somehow, some way, they forgot about all that, and it's just us pesky dark skins. We the ones that was discriminating against them, right? Meanwhile, in response to all of that, what they did, that's when we start forming our little groups, do dance clubs or whatever, because that's when the stepper shows and stuff start going on. And because they were so discriminatory and so forth, we started forming our own thing, making them look bad. And then they wanted to fight because we come out responding like I'm about to show you right here. And guess who want to fight? After we show them up and show that we're more talented and we humiliate them, then all of a sudden they want to fight. But let's get it.
You damn skippy. So this is for you. Hit it.
So that's when dark skin and the brown skins have to come out and show them how it's done. You know what I'm saying? And then they're gonna have to get mad as we come in there and stop the show. But let's go.
Full of punks in the yard. Yes. Full of gammas. Good God, yes. When I say gamma, you say punk. Gamma. Punk. Gamma. Punk. When I say gamma, you say punk. Gamma. Punk. Gamma. Punk. Gamma. Gamma. Punk. Punk. Gamma. Gamma. Punk. Gamma. 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 Punk. 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 For the girls in the yard. Yes. For the sissies. Good God, yes. When I say gamma, you say fag. Gamma. Fag. Gamma. Fag. When I say gamma, you say fag. Gamma. Fag. Gamma. Fag. Gamma. Gamma. Fag. Fag. Gamma. Gamma. Fag. Fag. Gamma. 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 Fag. 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 Get back, or we'll kick your gamma ass. Or just get back, or we'll kick your gamma ass. Or just get back, or we'll kick your gamma ass.
Let's get out of here, fellas. Here we go.
Woo, woo, Daddy Longstroke. You can't smoke it. Woo, Daddy Longstroke. You can't toke it. Woo, Daddy Longstroke. 8 inches, come on, leave it. Damn, those funky bastards are gonna pay.
So you see, they was the ones that they get showed up and then they want to fight. Just like going on today, the dark skinned dudes getting all the attention that they wish they could get. But back in the day when they was getting it, it was all good. But now, guess who's crying? But yet still, we're supposed to be the ones that's all sensitive. It's crazy. And again, I wouldn't even be doing this if it wasn't for the BS that they talking. So we're gonna get into something else that he was trying to claim, and that is that somehow they're more talented than black people. And again, this should go. And I know some of you were shocked. I looked at some of the comments you guys said in the beginning. You was like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, absolutely. This is what he literally said." Now, I wouldn't even. This would be something to me that is a no-brainer. We shouldn't even have to address this, but because he said it, I'm gonna address it. Because again, he didn't show up. That's fine. I didn't expect him to, but he would have had his pick on whatever point he had that he felt that he could defend, more easily. So now I'm gonna pick out some of the things that he said that I'm gonna dissect. And one of the things was that he said that mixed people, light-skinned people, whatever, are more talented than black people. I'm gonna show you. And again, I wouldn't even be addressing it if he had not said it, but he said it. So here we go. Check this out.
Who get offended when fully black people tell them that they're not black?
Me either, because they're basically saying this and that mix. They're basically self-hating because they don't like being mixed. When you tell them that they're not fully black, I see a lot of mixed people, especially mixed women, who get upset at that. Like, that's such an insult if they're telling you that you're not black, you're mixed.
Yeah, that's because of brainwashing. It's because of the one drop rule and the fact that it's dishonest, right? And people have been brainwashed. And again, I just think people just need to be honest, and we could have an intelligent conversation. But when you have people like Light Skin Historian and the rest of them who want to come out with this propaganda, they're gonna have to get this work. And that's as simple as that. We could have a respectful conversation. We can, they can get it however they like. If they want it respectful, we can be respectful. If they want to be disrespectful, we can do that too. So it is what it is. But let me fast forward to that particular part because he's gonna literally say that they're more talented, and I'm gonna have to debunk that in a very real way right now. But I just want you to hear him say it.
In America, not black. They come. Oh my God! There's no such thing as black. It's not real.
Okay, and that's another thing he'll say. He'll say there's no such thing as black. Okay, we all know about Johann Blumenblatt and all these other, people who came up with the race system, and we know that black is a color. Although there are people with the skin tone black, but we're just using it as a distinguisher. And that's semantics. If you want to say the Negroid race, whatever. We're not talking about ethnicity. So I know people are going to come, well, we're Hebrews, we're this, we're that. Listen, I understand that. Those are ethnic groups. At the end of the day, we're of the black race, and there's different branches of it. There's different ethnic, just like a family, right? However, for the purposes of understanding what a black person is, we just use the term black. But he's up here talking about there's no such thing as black. So I guess it means there's no such thing as light skin either, right? But he always wanted to integrate that. He don't say that about any other group. He don't say there's no such thing as Asian, no such thing as white. He just keeps saying there's no such thing as black. But I'm going to get to that point where he's trying to say that they're more talented than us, right? So let's go.
All right. But I get what you're trying to say. She's talking about dark skin. They use dark skin as a standard of black. But there's no such thing as black. All right? But I agree with you. The light-skinned Negroes, y'all are the mulattoes. That's where your history is. They trying to.
Okay, so he's so ignorant. I guess he's saying that everybody who's light skinned is a mulatto. Last time I checked, I thought a mulatto was literally someone with a non-black parent, specifically a white parent and a black parent, right? That's the textbook definition of what a mulatto is. But I guess he's going to say anybody with light skin is a mulatto. Back in the day, even when they developed those terms, they had different categories. They had the octoroons, quadroons, and all of that. But I guess he's throwing all that out the window. And if you got a little less melanin, you're automatically a mulatto. But anyway, to each his own. Let's go.
I hide y'all history from y'all. That's why it's important to claim mulatto and do y'all research on mulatto history, because y'all history as mulattoes is way superior to black people's.
Oh, now you hear that, right? And remember, if you go back and watch episode 1, I said specifically that this wasn't a value judgment, right? I didn't even want to go there with him. He's the one now, he's making it a value judgment. He's saying because they have less melanin or because they are mixed with some other race of people, I guess that's what he feels is superior. So I guess he feels that white people are superior to black people because that's the only distinction. If you take away the admixture of somebody else, then they would essentially be black people, right? So what part is superior? What is it exactly that makes you superior? Is it because you have white genes? Well, what are you saying? So the bottom line is he's the one coming with this whole notion of who's better, right? Okay, so we're going to do it. Since that's what you want to do, we'll go there. And he said they were more talented. So I'm going to show and prove how that's not the case. But let's get some more.
Y'all do not need black people. Just look through y'all history.
He said they don't need black people. They literally would not exist without black people. This is insane.
There's a reason why they're trying to hide it from you and act like mulatto history never existed, and it just came about.
Ain't nobody ever said that. This is stupid.
Y'all was on the earth just 200 years ago, even though y'all been on the earth for thousands of years.
Nobody says mulatto. I'm the one that told these fools about the Hyksos. And if you look at that video where I was addressing that other clown, Globe Light, I showed them that there's another group of people called the Hyksos that are in antiquity that were mixed, right? They were part black and some other Asiatic groups, and they ruled Egypt for a while. They invaded, but the Egyptians eventually got them up out of there. But they don't never talk about that. And that was, I think, almost 2,000 years ago when they were on the scene. So ain't nobody ever said that there was no mixed people in antiquity. How you think you got the Greeks and the Sicilians and all those different type of people, the darker Europeans? It's ridiculous. But let's go.
They're trying to hide it from y'all.
Who's trying to hide what?
All right, why do you think they all had to work together to destroy y'all civilizations and stuff?
Well, what great mulatto civilization is he talking about?
Because y'all was the biggest threat to take over the earth. That's what they're fearful of.
Yeah, Shao Zhu says, let the sun decide who's superior. I think it already did. You know, the people who don't need a bunch of chemicals on them and to be in the sun, I would think that those are the ones that may be superior. But anyway.
They don't fear dark-skinned people. Dark-skinned people are ignorant, not all, but the vast majority are just dumb and ignorant, and they just try to overcompensate for their low.
Okay, so we're so dumb and ignorant, but a dark-skinned dude calls you out to come and go toe-to-toe, and you're so scared that you won't even do that. But yeah, we're ignorant though. Okay, you come and show us how ignorant we are. You have an open invitation.
Self-esteem by entertainment, and they're not even better entertainers than light-skinned niggas. That's a secret.
Okay, so this is when he says it right there. He said we're not better entertainers. And again, I wouldn't even be arguing this point, but because he said it, I'm just going to just knock it down real quick and show you that he bit off more than he can chew talking his nonsense.
Like, that's a secret behind all this stuff is.
Oh, okay. Well, we like secrets over here. This is a secret war. So he said the secret is that they're more talented than us, right? I'm gonna let you hear it again.
Than light skinned niggas. That's a secret. Like, that's a secret. Y'all was the biggest threat to take over the earth. That's what they're fearful of. They don't fear dark-skinned people. Dark-skinned people are ignorant, not all, but the vast majority are just dumb and ignorant, and they just try to overcompensate for their low self-esteem by entertainment, and they're not even better entertainers than light-skinned niggas. That's a secret. Like, that's a secret behind all this stuff is.
You're mixed.
Okay, so you heard it, right?
Like, it just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody looks at me nowadays.
Average light-skinned or mulatto that usually look like Puerto Ricans or something.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. Like this chick right here, she could be a Puerto Rican as far as I'm concerned, and she was talking like light-skinned historian. I would be telling her the same thing. Now she seems to be more reasonable. You know, she understands that she's mixed and she accepts it. I guess she said she used to be offended, but then she understood it from the dark or the actual black person's perspective why it's a problem. So now she's not offended anymore, which is cool. I mean, as long as you have an honest conversation without being disrespectful, which is something that some of these people need to learn. But let's get a little bit more of this.
Don't even look like dark-skinned, Negroes. Y'all light-skinned Negroes are mulattoes. But yeah, she said she's culturally black, meaning what? She's basically in hood booger, crack baby culture.
Okay, so black people, and again, we don't condone the single mama generated degenerate culture that is the black culture. You know what we say over here in the Night Riders, right? We got a library of stuff where we don't condone that current culture. So it's funny how they want to try to push that only on actual black people. Meanwhile, all of the degeneracy that's going on is not only the unambiguous black people. There's some exoticals and mixed people messing up the community too, right? We got evidence on that. And if anything, if there's a separation, that's the black crime stats are going to go down because some of these people being lumped in as black, they're committing all these crimes. They're not even black, but they're considered. And that's one of the reasons why the whites came up with the one drop rule so that they could dump all of that on the black community. And at the same time, you got this guy trying to make it seem like it's like, I guess, only the dark-skinned people doing this stuff, when there's a whole subgroup of people who ain't even black who get labeled as black whenever they do something wrong. So it's crazy. But let's go.
There's no such thing as black culture. Black people don't even have a culture.
So wait a minute. So isn't that the main reason why these so-called FBAs are going in on these, quote, tethers? These actual black people who just happen to come from other cultures. So how much more disrespectful is it for a person who may not even be black to be saying that you don't have a culture as a black person? This is what I'm saying. That's the problem with that FBA stuff, is that the original delineation was supposed to happen with these people right here, the ones of his mindset. But they ain't gonna do that. As much as they like to come over and copy what I say over here, they ain't gonna copy that because that goes against some of their lifestyles and some of their mindsets to go in on these particular people right here who are the original tethers. But he just said right there that black people didn't have a culture, right? Okay.
think two-stepping at a barbecue is a culture. That's not a culture. All right.
Also, all you guys do is two-step at a barbecue. Okay. Because ain't no light skin or mixed people ever did that. Okay.
And what you're saying is she's pro-matriarchy. Because black culture is just, the black woman being over the so-called black community, the dark-skinned black woman specifically, her calling the shots. The dark-skinned black man is in second place. They really about the same.
Yeah, so listen, that right there is a function of things that we've already talked about ad nauseum. So we don't even need to go into that. But there's another part I want to get, because you heard that part when he said that they're more talented, right?
With the dark-skinned blacks at the top, the light-skinned female or the mulatto female, she's like the dog in the house, who gets more.
Well, he thinks so highly of his mixed women, doesn't he?
Treats than the light-skinned male. The light-skinned male is pretty much non-existent in the community. She's used as a crash. The light-skinned female is used as a crash dummy to attack light-skinned men, and she gets her ego stroked by degenerate dark-skinned men and through gangster rap music, and and they just use her as a pawn and a crash dummy. The woman is not a threat. The woman is just a crash.
He's talking about a threat.
My family is
a huge role in why black people even have music.
Okay, so this is the part right here I wanted y'all to hear. Check this out. I know D gonna have a damn stroke, damn hit when he hear this, but check this out.
In other words, she's down with the crack baby culture, but that's not even black people's culture. Like, I mean, if you actually do your research, mixed people have a huge role in why black people even have music. You wouldn't have rock and roll music if it wasn't for a mixed man.
Oh, okay. So he said, even though it was a dark-skinned man who's the first rock musician, I'm gonna get into this work real quick. Watch this.
Building the instruments. You wouldn't have a lot of these music in general, as even rap music, if it wasn't for a mixed man inventing the microphone, the electric microphone.
Okay, now watch me dissect this real quick. Number one, he's correct that there was a mixed man who invented the microphone. So he's correct about that. But all of the instruments that make up rock and roll were invented by black men. The drum, the guitar. The first one to actually play an electric guitar in a rock style was a black man. Again, I'm going to show you better than I can tell you. I just want you to hear that. So let me get this off the screen. I'm just going to show you something, because we like to show our work around here. So I'm just going to show you something, because this is ridiculous that he would even say that. So check this out. You heard what he said. I know it's ridiculous, but again, we're giving people the opportunity to say what they got to say. And, we'll just see if there's any validity to it, right? So he talks about the good, rock and roll, for example. Well, who do you think invented the guitar or the particular instruments that preceded the guitar? Those look like dark-skinned men to me, and this is one of the forerunners or ancestors of the guitar. There you go right there. A lot of these instruments came out of Africa, such as the drum and so forth. And he said that the light skins were the ones that basically invented music, right? Okay, we got more. Check this out. And the last time I checked, you couldn't have rock and roll without a guitar, right? So then you get into the Americas, you get the African instruments like the banjo, and you get normally the dark-skinned men, playing the blues and creating all these different music forms. But yet and still, he's talking about that it was only the light-skinned people who had music, even though the black or the African had music before there was a such thing as a light-skinned person. We're just going to kind of overlook that little factoid. But let's just go down the music lane here. The first guy who did an actual electric guitar riff was Charlie Christian. This guy right here, and he looks pretty, even in this black and white photo, he looks like a dark-skinned man to me. So this was one of the first, or the first guy to do an actual guitar riff, that was in a rock style. You see how I just can debunk these people just with knowledge of history? That's why they don't want this work. They know we over here. They just too scared, because they know what they're gonna get. And it's cool. I prefer to give people a chance to fight back, but if they choose not to, then that's on them. There's another instrument invented by dark-skinned Africans that preceded the guitar. So, light-skinned historian, where are all the light-skinned people at that made the the parent instruments to the things that were required in order to have rock music, since you're so talented. We have black men that have invented whole genres of music in modern times, because some of you might say, oh, well, that was a long time ago. Okay, well, let me show you an example from my hometown, which is Chicago. And some of you may have heard of house music. I'm going to show you a group called Future, which invented a genre called acid house, which I really like. In fact, if you go and check out our 80s broadcast that I did, I used this track in the beginning. I may show you a little clip of that to show you how good it sounds. And I'm going to show you how these guys created a whole music genre where you see all this techno music and this rave or trance music. This was invented by some dark-skinned dudes from my hometown, from Chi-Town. And I'm going to show you how they did it. So check this out.
A couple of househeads from Chicago stumbled across a piece of equipment.
Yeah, let me restart it. But yeah, these were the guys who invented acid house. So, light-skinned historian, since you guys are so much more talented than us, then give me an example of some light-skinned dudes that created a whole genre of music from scratch using a $40 junk piece of equipment, and they came up with a whole new music genre. You show me that, okay?
In
Check this out.
1987, a couple of househeads from Chicago stumbled across a piece of equipment in a second-hand store that would kickstart a musical revolution.
And I already showed you the African dudes who over there inventing, making cars out of cardboard boxes, making AI type of, headsets with, doing all kind of stuff, making it from junk. But you can't show me any lights. And again, I wouldn't even be saying it if it wasn't for this foolery. But anyway, let's continue.
Those that don't know, this here is called a Roland TB303 baseline. Me and Spanky in a group called Future.
And I know these guys very well. Spanky is another dark-skinned dude. So again, light-skinned historian, any one of you guys show me, because remember, you said you guys were more talented. So you can't just show me an example of them doing this. You have to show me that they're doing it more, because you're more talented, right? All right.
We picked this up at a secondhand shop for $40. And this was basically designed to emulate a bass guitar. And it did a real crappy job of it. But I realized that, I could make this bass sound do like some weird stuff. So I was like, I'm gonna just twist these knobs in a crazy way because I like warping that sound. And I was like, all right, let me start twisting the knobs. And then it was like jamming like this. And we just keep doing that. He said, Pierre, keep doing it. So I was like, okay, I'm turning the knobs. And then we thought it sounded real crazy. And then I started turning it like this. And then we was like, oh, that's it right there, that's it.
So you got these dark-skinned dudes, right? And like I said, his partner, I'm familiar with him too. He's another dark-skinned dude. So again, light-skinned historian, or any one of you guys, show me an example of light-skinned dudes doing that. And that's so you guys can understand what they did. I got a little small sample of what they created, because I did put this as, we made a nice intro over the track that goes very well with it. So I'm going to share that real quick just to give you an example of the talent that came from these dark-skinned men, and they created a whole new genre. That's why over in Europe, they got that trance music. They got all that. It all came from these guys. But this was part of that track that we used in one of our episodes, and I'm just going to show you just so you can appreciate what they came up with. So let me give you a little bit of that. Hold on. And this was an intro we made. So this is dark-skinned dudes that made the music and dark-skinned dudes that made this intro. So show me, again, light-skinned historian, some light-skinned dudes doing something like this. But anyway, let's go. stuff sound good, don't it? They made this from scratch. Let's go. Yeah, that's just a nice little sample. But yeah, I just wanted to show you guys that because you ain't got no example of no other men on the planet making up a whole new music genre like that from scratch with a $40 instrument. I mean, you show me that, and then maybe you'll be getting somewhere, but I don't think so. But anyway, I think that proves the point. But we ain't done because you know how I like to do it. I even went so far as to include what would be considered, in my opinion, the top light skinned performers. Because there's some light skinned performers and mixed people. Because unlike them, I have enough class and taste in music that I could appreciate good musicians. And ironically, one of my favorite musicians is Prince. Now, on paper, I shouldn't even like the dude because back in the 90s, he was running around with butt out jeans and all this type of weirdo stuff, running around with corsets and and makeup and wearing lingerie and all that type of bullshit. But you cannot deny his talent. But I don't know if you knew this, but Rick James got a lot of what he got from dark-skinned artists such as James Brown. I'm sorry, Prince got a lot of what he learned from James Brown, Rick James, Jimi Hendrix, a lot of guys who light-skinned historian would not value too much, but Prince had a lot of respect for him. In fact, it was Rick James that put Prince on game and actually presented him to the black community. Because when I was growing up, all we heard was Rick James. Prince was more or less kind of cosmopolitan. He was trying to appeal to the white folks and so forth. But I'm going to give you a little bit of history on that. And like I said, Prince is probably the top light-skinned guy in terms of talent. And even he has to give homage to the dark-skinned people that came before him. And I'm going to show you him doing that. But let me show you something. Because when Prince came out, he was even getting booed because he went on the road with the Rolling Stones, and the crowd was throwing trash at him, right? But anyway, y'all need to know that history. But let me give you an example of the little rivalry that they had. Because back in the day, this is what was going on between them.
Birthday. And he did not invite Prince in his band because they ain't never talked to each other. So Prince and his band said, we're going to invite ourselves. Man, they said Rick James went over to where Prince was sitting, yanked him by his hair, and poured cognac down his throat, making him cry. Then there was another time he was ready to knock him upside his head because he didn't give his mother an autograph. But what I feel like is the catalyst for the next part of this story.
Oh, you know what? This is another part. This is good, though, to talk about how Rick James used to punk Prince. And again, I'm not trying to, stir up all this beef between light skin and dark skin. I'm just responding to this foolery. But you got to know the history because, again, we want to talk about who's more talented. We can look at the history, right? And let me show you something. How they were. I thought I had that other video. Yeah, this is how he introduced him to black audiences.
A new nemesis, a rival who would push Rick James for the rest of his life, the artist known simply as Prince.
Rick was the one who chose tour because he was released from the Rolling Stones tour because they didn't care for him that much.
Well, Michael Jackson ain't really light-skinned, though. He's really a dark-skinned man that's either bleached himself or he was a victim of vitiligo. Either story you want to believe, but he's originally an actual dark-skinned man. But let's go.
Rick came to the band and asked, what you think about Prince?
Rick's thing was, when he was coming out, there was no Prince. Now, Prince had some records. Prince was a little softer, but that shit was funky. And that shit was completely different. Because a lot of white audiences came out to see Prince. And Rick was smart enough to realize that. Like, okay, then we need to have this little kid on tour with us. This was his very first black tour. Black audiences.
See, Prince, people didn't even know black when I was growing up, and I was a young kid, but all we heard was Rick James. Okay. And then later on, I heard some stuff from Prince. I was like, okay, that's cool. But it was more or less, I wasn't really seeing Prince really talented until Purple Rain. Well, I take that back. Little Red Corvette, he had some bangers, but the main thing was Rick James at the beginning for the black folk. But then later on, Rick James helped him get integrated into the black community. So for Light Skin Historian and for the rest of them, how do you explain that? Since you're so talented, shouldn't because black folks are notorious for creating music trends and whatever was hot. So how come it took Rick James to put Prince into the black community? But anyway, let's go.
Loved Rick from the get-go. Different from Prince.
The first time we met him, it was in Dallas.
Yeah, DC, that's why you come over here to get this education, because that's the type of stuff they don't want to talk about. But yeah, essentially, yeah.
And we found out that he was going to be opening and whatnot, and Rick said, "Here he comes." And I'm looking, and he comes in. I'm still fucking looking. Where is he? I'm thinking the cat's got to be like 5'9", maybe 6 foot tall. And this little bitty son of a bitch walks in there and says, "God damn, he's tiny." He was down here, and he had on pink high heel fucking shoes. Stunning.
That little dude, that's Prince.
Us being so tall, I mean, he seems like a dwarf, but he was so powerful on stage,
I liked the son of a bitch. He was funky as hell to me, but Rick used to get mad because I remember.
Okay, so according to Light Skin Story, why did they let him in the circle since dark skinned dudes? So most of them other dudes was dark skinned. So why did they show him love? And even Rick James took him on the road with them, since everybody hating on light skinned people, right? And this was back in the 80s. But let's go.
I remember saying that little motherfucker got me working hard. Cause he was a bad little motherfucker, man. He was funky.
Every show, Rick was on the side of the stage watching Prince. Prince was on the side of the stage watching Rick.
So they were watching each other, but a lot of times, and it's going to show it, a lot of the ideas that Rick James had, Prince stole, like the girl group, because Vanity was Rick James' original idea. In fact, Denise, what's her name? Vanity, who I think she's dead now, but that was Rick James' woman at first. And she wound up getting with Prince, but that's what I'm talking about. You'll see these dark-skinned dudes putting these light-skinned dudes on, and then they turn around, stab him in the back. Look what happened with Drake and Lil Wayne. Same thing. But meanwhile, they up here crying about how somebody always taking their woman, and we don't even trip. If one of them comes snag a dark-skinned woman, they just, a dark-skinned man's woman, they ain't even tripping. But they want to sit here and cry and create whole little movements in secret societies because of stuff like this, and then they want to say that we're so sensitive, but it's crazy. Let's go.
They both understood where this shit was about to go.
I think Prince, if he was in this room, God bless his soul, he would say it. Prince would do his show, and then we do ours. And 9 times out of 10, when we got finished with our show, people forgot who the fuck the opening act was.
Okay, so you see how the talent, Rick James was always, to many, more talented, but Prince had that crossover appeal. He wanted, like, the revolution, the band that he formed was multicultural, and he did a good thing. Ain't nobody knocking Prince. Like I said, he's probably my favorite light-skinned artist. But at the same time, you can't knock the fact that he got a lot of his moves from Rick James, a lot of his swag from Rick James, a lot of his little movements from James Brown. Come on, man. And you got people like Light Skin Historian talking about who's more talented. When I'm taking their top guy, Prince, and putting and showing where he got his inspiration from. And I'm gonna let him tell you out his own mouth too, because you know how I like to put in work. But we was rocking with Rick James for a long time before we even knew who Prince was. And I just find it hysterical that these people now want to they want to basically just rewrite history. It's crazy. Let me show you this little video right here.
James includes a lot of hate aimed in Prince's direction. The crazy real-life
Hold on.
story of funk singer Rick James includes a lot of hate aimed in Prince's direction. Both musicians released their first albums in 1978, but their rivalry really started 2 years later when James invited Prince to open up for him on his Fire It Up tour. It was dubbed the Battle of Funk, and it turned into a war. The two would reportedly watch each other's performances from the wings. James accused Prince of stealing his moves, his
He did. I mean, if you look at how Prince, when he first came out, how he was moving, like if you look at that video, I Want to Be Your Lover and stuff, he was kind of feminine and stuff. I wasn't really feeling that song. The first song I think I liked from Prince was Controversy or Little Red Corvette, one of those. I wasn't really feeling some of his earlier stuff, but as soon as Rick James came out, we knew that was funky. We was rocking with him from the very beginning. And it wasn't until Rick James helped him to get that crossover appeal to the black folks that we realized how talented he was. But we're gonna get a little bit more of this.
look and his idea for a girl group. He claimed that the musicians in Prince's band were snobs and that he once forced cognac down Prince's throat, making him cry.
And that was another thing Rick James said, that Prince, he had a little issue with his blackness and stuff like that. So it goes on to talk about that little rivalry. But let me get a little bit more.
In 1982, when Prince refused to sign his autograph for James's mother, it so angered James that he assaulted Prince. The Purple One definitively won the Battle of Funk, and not only with his music career. On the night of that fight in 1982, he met James's ex, Denise Matthews, who became Prince's girlfriend and protege under the stage name Vanity.
So again, that was an example. Vanity was Rick James' woman. Prince came and snagged her, but you didn't see Rick James crying about it. Right? But meanwhile, these dudes crying about light-skinned women liking dark-skinned men. It's ridiculous. Let's go. But when Rick James came out, we was rocking to that from the very beginning. I mean, even being a little kid, and you hear stuff like this. I didn't know what he was talking about, but this is all I heard being a little kid growing up.
When I came home last night, you wouldn't make love to me. You went fast asleep. You wouldn't even talk to me. You say I'm so crazy. Coming home intoxicated. I said I just wanna love you. I just wanna love you, baby. Guess that's why I'm so elated. Come on, girl, give it to me, baby. Give it to me. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. I bet you I make you hot like you had enough.
Now, you know, this is the end of the year show. So, well, technically, we know the new year ain't till the spring, but for all intents and purposes, we got to go out with some hits. You know how we do at the end of the year. It's a smoke show, but we also like to jam as well. So we're gonna get a little bit more of this.
Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Just give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby.
And by the way, that whole swag and being a ladies' man and stuff, that's where Prince got that from. The movements and how he be moving, making them little looks and stuff like that. That's where Prince got that from, this man right here. So that's why I want to show you that. Meanwhile, you got people like Light Skin Historian, they don't know nothing about this. And if you were to ask him, he would think Prince was an original. And in many ways he was, but he got a lot of inspiration from guys like this. But let's go.
Give it to me. Give me that stuff, that funk.
Yeah, D, you didn't know that? Yeah, that's well, let me break it down to you real quick. Nature, the way the creator put things in order with life and everything, just like from the Hebraic tradition, the new year starts in the spring corresponding to new life, right? That's when you get the grass and the trees and everything growing, right? That's the natural part. That's a man-made thing where the new year starts in the winter, right? That's the counterintuitive as well, but that's a whole comes out of paganism. But again, I ain't gonna go too deep in that. But yeah, technically, if you look at the Hebraic tradition and the ancient tradition, the new year always started corresponding with the spring, because that's when the new season, the new crops were growing and things like that. So, in case you didn't know, it looks like you didn't know that. But yeah, anyway, let's get it.
That sweet, that funky stuff. Give it to me. Give me that stuff, that funk, that sweet, that funky stuff. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give me the funk, that sweet, funky stuff.
Yeah, so that's the swag that Prince got from Rick James. And again, I like Prince. I'm not knocking him. I'm just saying we got to knock them upside the head with these facts, just so they'll know, right? Now, let me show you that even Prince had to give it up to the dark-skinned inspirations in his life, and I'm going to show you this clip.
To give my man an award, I get to give this man an award. Now you meet.
Now this is Prince getting an award, and I want you to see who he considers his top role model. Well, that's Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis. They're very talented dark-skinned men, of the time, which is one of my favorite groups of all time, bars. But let me just show you what Prince said when he got this award. See, we come prepared, man. He wasn't ready for all this. He knew what he was running away from. He wasn't trying to get none of this work. Yeah, when Doves Cry, I think somebody put that. Yeah, I like Purple Rain. That was my stuff back in the day. I was a kid, but that was it. Ain't nobody knocking Prince. I'm just saying, don't get it twisted. He was heavily influenced by dark-skinned people. I think even his hairdresser was a dark-skinned woman. But anyway, watch what he say on the stage and watch who he shouts out for when he gets this award.
Thank you, Essence family. Thank you, Chris Rock, very much. I appreciate this. Once you get all the awards that they can bestow upon you, what counts is like so many people that have come up here, especially the honorees, have said that it really, all that really matters is you got to help somebody. Larry Graham taught me so much. Larry, could you just...
That look like a dark-skinned man to me.
Just stand up. That's a 1 in a million brother right there, Larry Graham. I learned so much from him musically, and then
Okay, so he said he learned so much from him musically, right? So that was one of his spiritual, or not just musically, but morally and spiritual influences as well, because Prince had this reputation of being kind of like an idol. He used to kind of idolize himself. When he first came out, I heard he was telling people at the award shows or whatever, they couldn't look him in the eye or something. He had a messiah complex, right? But that dark-skinned brother was the one that grounded him and made him humble. And he gonna even say it right here. Oh yeah, we come with the work, man. These people don't know who they're dealing with, but let's go.
When I met him, he's taught me so much about the truth. And that is what led me to have a heart open enough to let my ego down. And
okay, so because remember, he had a big ego. After you couldn't tell him nothing during Purple Rain. He won like 20 awards. He was everywhere. It went to his head, right? But he came across Larry Graham and he put him in his place, and he said he was humble. And then the other influence he had was another dark-skinned person, which is Shaka Khan. And he's gonna shout her out right here. So let's go.
And take directions from another one of my musical heroes, Shaka Khan.
Now she looked like she's smuggling bowling balls in that dress, but yeah, but those are two people of a darker hue that were influences to the great Prince. And I think somebody mentioned Sade, and I like Sade too. So I if I'm not mistaken, I believe she had some very heavily influential things in her life that from dark-skinned people, not to mention her father was a dark-skinned Nigerian man, but she actually said that soul music was her greatest influence. And everybody knows that Sade is kind of eclectic. She she has her own style about her, but she even admitted, I thought I had that clip, but you get the point. I don't lie, right? I pretty much tell it like it is. And I thought I had that clip ready, but yeah, I just had a little clip of her saying that how much soul music, which is a 100% black, dark skin invention, right? But that's her chief influence. And Prince, I'm going to show you the amount of respect he had for James Brown, that he almost killed himself on stage trying to perform in front of James Brown. But let me show you. It was James Brown. Probably, I think this was the first time in history you had Michael Jackson, James Brown, and Prince on the stage. But check this out. Yeah, D, I like Sade's voice. I think she can sing. I mean, she ain't no Whitney Houston. Oh, and another one, Mariah Carey. She's a mixed woman who I think has a lot of talent, but she ain't no Whitney Houston. And she'll even tell you she's not a Whitney Houston because that was somebody that Mariah Carey looked up to. I got videos of her giving praise to Whitney Houston, right? And again, we're not knocking the talent, but according to Light Skinned Historian, it should be the other way around, right? Anyway, let's go.
Yeah, I love you. I love you. I love you.
Give him a big round of applause because he just insisted that I introduce Prince. He's here. Prince. 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 All right. All right. Prince, you gotta do something.
See, he was going into trance because he was in there in front of his idol, James Brown. So watch this. Yeah, so he fell off the stage and everything. But shout out to Prince, R.I.P. This wasn't me taking shots at him. I'm just trying to illustrate the point, which is this is total foolery that these guys are out here saying, and how we get down over here is that we show improve the work. Ain't no hard feelings or nothing. We just gonna have to show it the way it is. And before I wrap up this particular segment on talent, because I like to overdo it when it comes to the points. Since he said that they're so much more talented than dark skin, then he needs to show me the dark skin version of this group right here, the legendary New Edition. Give me a light skin New Edition. And they're pretty much all dark skin, formed by a dark skinned man. That is Barbie Brown. Their choreography was in everything from a dark skinned man. The two lighters in the group, and we love all of them. The New Edition, we give them all respect. But Ronnie and Michael Bibbins, they're I guess brown skin, but they're the least talented among the group, and everybody knows that. And the darkest ones are Johnny Gill, Ralph and Bobby and Ricky Bell. They're the ones that could sing, so it should be the other way around according to some of these light-skinned supremacists. But anyway. Yeah, you're right, Shadow Zulu. And in fact, Boys to Men was discovered by Michael Bivins of New Edition. So again, you got to show me a group of light-skinned dudes who are more influential. Because New Edition was the archetype that created all the boy bands that you see over in Asia. Because Maurice Starr, the guy who helped bringing them out, took that formula over to Asia, and that's why you got the boy band craze in Asia. It all came from New Edition. So they were literally the blueprint. So you have to show me a light-skinned version of that. And again, ain't no disrespect. Just show your work. That's all. I'm showing improvement. That's what I'm doing. To me, I feel like this should be a no-brainer. This should be what we talking about. But since they want to, we gotta teach them to respect dark-skinned daddy because they keep forgetting. I don't know what it is. I wouldn't even make this point. I'm like, they all talented. It's entertainment, right? So why we gotta try to make it a supremacy thing? But since he said that, well, okay, let's get it. And in fact, not only did New Edition put on other legendary groups like Boyz II Men, they even took obscure little guys from Soul Train, like this guy. I don't even know if you guys heard of him, but that's why you come over here to get all this kind of unique information. But there's a guy on Soul Train, a mixed guy. His name was Big Lou Ski Car. When I show you, you're gonna recognize him. But it was New Edition that took him on the road with them because he was just a Soul Train dancer. And shout out to Don Cornelius, another dark-skinned dude from Chi-Town who invented Soul Train, and he put Lou Ski, that's his name, this light-skinned mixed dude. I think he's half black, half Mexican on the show. And New Edition liked them, and so they used to take him on the road with him. But I'm gonna give you a little bit of history on him, and then I'm gonna make another point. Then we're gonna move on to something else. But you may have recognized this guy right here. Let me show you.
Because they all love me. Slap me. No, somebody slap me. Because I know I'm looking good. I'm giving energy.
Now, if you watch Soul Train, you've seen this before because he's one of the popular dudes on there. But that's New Edition, and I want you to check this out. What Don Cornelius is going to tell him, and then later on, New Edition took him on the road with them. But again, these guys are going to have to show me a light-skinned group that took a dark-skinned dude off of Soul Train, took him on the road with them, and helped kickstart their whole career. You have to show me all of that.
Big Louie, don't come on the stage no more with the singers.
So the dark-skinned man had to check him a little bit, but Don Cornelius, he ran the type ship. Shout out to him, R.I.P. But I'm just going to show you guys the guy. He was on a Soul Train. I'm just trying to show you to remind you who he was. I'm sure you've seen him before. So let me just give you a little bit more. And that clip right there went viral because people thought it was Obama. But yeah, this guy, he's biracial too. Like I said, I think he's half black, half Mexican. But anyway, let's go.
This is a journey into sound. A journey which along the way will bring to you new color, new dimension, new value.
When all is ready, I throw this switch. Pump up the volume, pump up the volume. Pump that bass.
Please, would you mind saying that again?
You make me feel so good.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you a special news bulletin from our on-the-spot passport.
Oh my God.
See, I should have recognized him now, but I'm just trying to jog y'all memory because everybody should have seen this guy on Soul Train, but I'm going to make a point in a minute. Let's go.
The music just turns me on.
Even his dance moves, when he would tell you, was influenced by Michael Jackson, James Brown, and all those guys. And, even his style and all that came from dark-skinned men. But anyway, let's go.
These are sweet souls.
Thinking of a master plan. Death with the record. Death with the record. Thinking of a master plan. Death with the record. Death with the record. Thinking of a master plan. This ain't nothing but sweat inside my hands. So I dig into my pocket, all my money spent. So I get deeper, but still coming up with lint. So I start my mission, leave my residence, thinking how could I get some dead presidents? I need money. I used to be a stick-up kid, so I think of all the devious things I did. I used to roll up, roll up, roll up, roll up. I used to roll up, roll up, roll. I used to roll up. This is a hole up.
Okay, so let me show you something. So this was Lou Ski, Big Lou, on Soul Train, right? And I showed you that New Edition took them on the road. And not only did they do that, but they took them, they had him in their video. So this guy was just on Soul Train as a dancer, and they took a liking to him. This dark-skinned group pretty much embraced this light-skinned dude and put him on. So let me show you proof. This is one of their videos, and you're going to see him in the far right corner. So let me show you. I'm just making a point. I'm just rubbing it in at this point because he can't match this. Okay, so you're going to see him right there in the corner. This is New Edition, one of their official videos. And this dude was in the video, but he was just a Soul Train dancer. And this dark-skinned group of men took this light-skinned guy and took him on the road with him. Let's go. And once again, he still got to show me a group of light-skinned dudes more talented, not as talented, but more talented than New Edition. Let's go. And that was him over in the corner. So in case you missed it, let me show you. So that was him in the over there in the far corner. But yeah, that's them taking him on the road with him. Oh, I was muted. Yeah, they have to show me somebody that's a light-skinned group that is more talented than these guys. And I want to show you something. Like I said, we think all of them are talented, but if you notice during this performance, the two guys who happen to be the lightest ones are the ones that kind of do the rap part, but the dark-skinned dudes are the ones that's singing, right? But it should once again be the reverse if what they're saying is true. Let's go. Yeah, if you guys show me somebody who could sing like Johnny Gill as well. Let's go. Okay, so that's Michael Bivins and Ronnie DeVoe, right? They the brown skinned ones in the group, and they just do the little rap part, but all the rest of them are the ones that singing. So it should be the reverse, right? Let's go.
What's wrong with that, brother? You know what I'm saying, Mike? On a serious tip, I think the girl is pretty fly. You too, Rob? Yeah, I think he's just bugging, man. Yo, if I had it, I know what I'd do with it, but if you had it, what would you do?
Now, what's the light skinned dude that can sing like that, sing like Johnny Gill? I'm waiting for them to show him to me. Shah Zulu said the Bleach Skin Federation don't have anything to counter. Yeah, I mean, I know it's overkill. I know you like, man, why you doing them like that? I'm like, he the one picked that fight when he said what he said. I'm like, because again, go back and watch episode 1. I said, hey, I'm not trying to make a value judgment. That's me being a gentleman, right? Being polite. But in this episode, the gloves are off, and they just gonna have to get that work. It's as simple as that. And again, they have to show a group that's as talented as New Edition, and even if you do that, you got to show me a light-skinned version of this guy right here, the founder of New Edition. You got to show me the light-skinned Bobby Brown. Yeah, they can't match that, Oh, yeah, you know what? They actually tried. You had Al B. Sure, or should I say Al B. Not so sure, because it was even documented that when they used to go on tour when Al B. Sure would go on tour with New Edition and Bobby Brown, after they got through performing, he didn't even want to go on the stage. They had to kind of reverse their order. They were trying to, help him out. They even put that in that movie, that New Edition documentary, how they were trying to give him a little advantage because he was nervous about going on stage. But it should have been the reverse, right? Because the light skins are the ones with all the talent. But again, they had to make me go here because of this foolery that they're talking. But yeah, you got to give me the light skinned Bobby Brown. Oh, you know what? They did have a light skinned version that was Christopher Williams and Bobby Brown. I mean, Christopher Williams and Al B. Sure. But you can go look up some of Al B. Sure stuff, and you tell me if you think he's as talented as Bobby Brown. And in fact, everything that Bobby Brown would do, they would copy off of him, such as this video right here. I'm going to show you Bobby Brown's version, and I'm going to show you Christopher Williams' version. And you tell me which is the best. So I'm just going to play a little bit of each, and I just want you to tell me, and then I think that would just prove my point. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I was going to play My Prerogative. Let me see if I can get that on here. But this was, the song My Prerogative. It looks like it won't let me load it because of the file type. But this was Christopher Williams' version. Let's see if they'll let me put that on the screen.
I said no.
You see how stiff he is? And again, I'm not knocking him. He doing his thing, but he ain't no Bobby Brown. But he came out with this song after My Prerogative. Now, you all seen my Prerogative, and you see him knocking them off. But meanwhile, we're supposed to be the ones copying off of them. But everything Bobby Brown would do, Al B. Sure and Christopher Williams would come out copying off of. It's crazy. But yeah, they didn't know I was coming with this type of heat. But let's go. He's barely moving, man. Go look at the Bobby Brown My Prerogative video. I was about to show it, but for some reason the file won't load. But you go look at that and compare it to this, and you tell me who's the original. And I'm not saying Christopher Williams can't sing. I mean, he can sing, but he ain't no Bobby Brown. That's all I'm saying. But again, that's just another example. But I think I proved my point. So I think I'll let him breathe after that. But yeah, don't ever let that come out your mouth again, because you look like a damn fool. And I'm going to further illustrate my point, because some of these guys like him are trying to say that dark-skinned dudes are like the threat and the problem. And my question is, how are you going to convince people like, I don't know, Chris Brown, who happens to love his dark-skinned daddy, and he actually hates his light-skinned stepdaddy? Oh yeah, you didn't think we was gonna pull that up, but Chris Brown is a perfect example of the problem with a lot of what these dudes are saying, because Chris Brown actually was abused and his mom was abused at the hands of his light skinned stepdaddy. Meanwhile, Chris Brown's dark skinned daddy, he loves to death. That's his man in the foreground. And I'm going to show you something that Chris Brown said, right? So light skinned historian, he gonna have to get people like Chris Brown to go against their dark skinned daddy. And I think that's going to be hard because he loves his dark skinned daddy. And according to him, though, it should be the reverse. So as you can see, he's hugging up all on his dark skinned daddy right there. But watch what he got to say about his light skinned daddy. Oh yeah, we pulling out all the receipts. I told you, man, this secret war, man. We had to come with all the receipts, right? So let me show you something that Chris Brown said about his light skinned daddy. Because he wasn't talking about his dark skinned daddy. He gonna make that very clear. But watch this.
Actually was different. My mom, it was a little bit more closer to heart because.
Okay, now I want you to pay attention to what he says right here, right? He's gonna make a clear distinction between his dark skinned daddy and his light skinned daddy. Because his dark skinned daddy is his biological daddy, and his stepdaddy was the light skinned dude. But watch what he say. Check this out.
A little bit more closer to heart because I seen my mom deal with that.
Oh, hold on, let me get to the beginning again. Hold on.
I don't want to disappoint my father because.
Now, by that he means his dark skinned father. But let's go.
He actually was different. My mom, it was a little bit more closer to heart because I seen my mom deal with that, firsthand. Not from my father. My biological father, Clinton Maurice Brown, is a great man.
Okay, you heard that, right? Now, that's the man I showed you in the picture, right? He said that's a great man. He don't want to disappoint him. That's his dark-skinned daddy, right? That's the one he loved. But check out what he said about his light-skinned stepdaddy.
But her, a significant other at the time, my mother, a significant other, he was a monster, animal, pure hatred.
He was a monster, an animal, pure hatred. Now, he talking about the light-skinned dude. So wait a minute. For all you light-skinned supremacists, shouldn't it be the other way around? Because if it was up to you, you would have been taught. See, you could have been the one that influenced his monster. I don't know what happened between Chris Brown's biological parents. Maybe they just didn't work out, but she ended up no longer with the dark-skinned guy that's his father, and she got with the light-skinned dude, right? So that should have been mission accomplished, right? Ain't that what y'all trying to sell to the people? But watch what he say.
Evil. I never hated somebody in my life. If I could kill him, I would.
Whoa! Wait a minute. But he light skinned though. What happened?
Blew his brains out when I was 6.
Damn.
But he didn't die. Like he shot himself in the head and he went blind and shit. How does a kid deal with that shit? Being that he's physically impaired now, it frustrates him more. So he's in a depression. But he takes it out on his girl. His girl happens to be my mom.
So that's light skin on light skin violence.
This is what I had to deal with. Like, I had to hear my mom get beat up every night. And I had to pee on myself, like, I'm scared to even get up and walk in the hallway because I ain't.
So the light-skinned stepdaddy, and we got footage on him too. Oh yeah, we put in the heavy work over here. His light-skinned daddy had him so shook that he would pee on himself because he was traumatized because he used to go upside his mom's head so much that he didn't even want to walk past him. So he would hold his urine until he urinated on himself because this guy was such a monster in his own words. But let's go.
I don't want to see nothing.
And maybe that's why
I don't want to disappoint my.
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe that's the reason why he allegedly went upside Rihanna's head, right? Because he used to seeing his light-skinned daddy go upside his light-skinned mom's head. So he said, hey, why don't I put a couple knuckle sandwiches up beside Rihanna's head for a minute? And again, it's alleged. I don't know what happened. Maybe she was the one that attacked him first. But the point of the matter is, in this scenario, the villain ain't the dark-skinned guy. So I don't know how light-skinned historian and the rest of them are going to process that. So it just seems to me like they would have to convince people like Christopher Brown that they should side with the light-skinned Federation. But
Joyce and I were together. We were together and as a family. But some things happened where I felt.
And this is his light-skinned stepdaddy. And watch how this dude gonna be lying through his teeth. He's sitting up here blind. And watch this story that he's gonna tell. So I tend to side with Chris Brown on this. And but just watch what this dude say.
That I lost my sight. Joyce and I were together. We were together and as a family. But some things happened where I felt our relationship.
That's Chris Brown's mom. She looked like she's damn near white. I mean, she might be biracial. I'm not sure, but that's his mom right there.
Slipping away, that I was losing her. I made
that's light skin love right there.
A foolish attempt by getting a gun and threatening to shoot myself.
Chris Brown claims that in an act of attempted suicide, his former stepfather, Donnell Hawkins, shot himself in the head. But Donnell claims the gun went off by accident.
And it was only a threat, so I put the gun, on myself, and it went off. And that's how I lost my sight. It wasn't a suicide attempt.
Of his former stepfather's blindness, Chris said, quote, "When you're blind, your senses are heightened. But he used to hit my mom. I remember one night he made her nose bleed."
I know that Chris misunderstood.
Shao Zulu, you crazy. I get it. Oh, man, you crazy.
So that incident, yes, there was an incident where she ended up with a bloody nose, and I remember it.
This who has no accountability. He said she, quote, ended up with a bloody nose. Yeah, because your light-skinned fist went upside it.
I had been out one night with another female, and I came home that morning, and, she was very upset, and I understood that. Tempers flared, and in my attempt to console her, as I usually did, I got up to walk towards her, and I tripped. Our faces hit our heads.
Oh, that's bullshit. That is so bullshit right there.
There was no kind of domestic violence.
But Chris claimed the abuse at home got so bad that he vowed to kill Donnell by the time he was 15.
He said in an article that he wanted to kill me.
Now remember, this ain't his dark-skinned daddy, his dark-skinned biological daddy. He loved the ground he walks on, but this light-skinned dude is a problem. So for all you guys, you're gonna have a problem. So Chris Brown already dark-skinned identified. You see him with a bunch of dark-skinned dudes in his, writing for him, or all in his videos. Yeah. Anyway.
Something about take a baseball bat and come to my job or something. The irony of that is that we spent time together after that point, and even before he actually became successful, and there was never any signs of anger, abuse, violence.
But Donnell admits he did get physical with Chris on one occasion.
Yeah, so the dude just lying. So, look, these guys got their work cut out for them if they trying to convince some of these other dudes to join the Light Skin Federation. Right? It's as simple as that. That's why they're losing the secret war. And it's unfortunate because they didn't have to be this way. But this is what they chose. So we're just going to have to give it to them like this. And another thing that they said, they tried to claim that dark-skinned dudes were gay, right? Now, you know how I like to bring out actual facts. And this is just the propaganda, because you know what we do over here. We're an anti-propaganda channel against the propaganda that's used against the black man's image. It doesn't matter where it's coming from. It could be black women. It could be the larger society. It could be these little butthurt beige bitter brigade. It doesn't matter. We're going to show them that, you just can't come making up stuff, right? So let me show you something, because one of their claims is that it just so happens that the actual black people are gay. But this particular data, because we're very data driven over here, it says the best and worst countries for LGBTQ travelers. So as you know, if you look at this bar, the most friendly are the ones in the West. The mixed race nations, the Caucasian race nations. Those are the ones where it's safe to be. You notice that in the Africa, the entire continent is red, damn near, and that means that it's hostile. And that's why it didn't work when they tried to get the Africans to be more open to it, because they actually had the death penalty for that. So it just so happens that the darkest places on the, when it comes to Africa, are the least likely to accept that type of behavior. And the one place in Africa that stands out just so happens to be heavy with Europeans and mixed people. Amazing. So you see how I don't need to just make a blanket bullshit statement. I can actually pull up actual data that shows my point. All of the places that have the highest concentration of melanated people are the least receptive to that behavior. Meanwhile, he gets on the internet, him and Ginger the Hut, trying to claim that dark-skinned men are so gay. It's amazing. It's really mind-boggling how ridiculous some of these people are, and it's just so interesting that they are the ones that's out here doing stuff like this, but it's the dark-skinned dudes that's gay.
Everybody gay. Like, all of us?
Except for me, dog. Except,
Yeah, except for us. Of course, except for us.
Yeah, except for us, dog. Except for us.
Yeah, but like low key.
No, ain't no this. No, we know. That's not.
We not that. We not that. But like, on like Tuesday, like, you know, Tuesday we good. Like we can do that.
No, G, you're not getting it. The day of the week is not choosing my sexuality. No, not except for me, dog.
Yeah, no correlation. No correlation. Unless like, it's like 6 p.m., you know, the sun's setting, you laid up on a Tesla, and I'm looking into that person's eyes, and he's double cheeked up. Then we gay.
No, you are not getting it. It don't matter. None of that matter. It's not me. I'm not. G.
No, no. We not like that though. Us together? No, we don't do that.
I'm going home.
Man, that dude is so gay.
Exactly. That's it. That sums it up right there. They be acting. They be the ones acting like that, then they gonna put it on us, right? Crazy work, man. But yeah, that's what they do. And then they want to say it's us. And I showed you the evidence. See, they ain't got no evidence like me that shows a whole continent that's not receptive to that behavior. And again, I'm not saying that all light-skinned dudes are gay. I'm like them. I'm not ignorant like that. But I gotta show the real effery that's going on, because if you leave it up to them, they're gonna besmirch our image, while at the same time they're the ones guilty of all this. And that, quiet as it's kept, is one of the reasons that people have a problem with Drake, is that he be doing funny style stuff like that. And you know, I was gonna go into something on him, but I think it's overkill. You already know he already lost a lot, so we don't even have to go there. But we're just gonna kind of run through these people, because I just spent time breaking that down, because that was, you know, some of the major stuff I wanted to hit. But I'm going to show you a couple of things from this guy. What's his name? Globe Light. And this is some of the stuff that he be saying. So let me just show you something real quick. I ain't going to spend too much time on him, because he's light work.
Oh.
Nope. No pun intended. I already dissected him before. So this was basically his opportunity to, you know, get back a little bit, but he chose not to, and that's cool. You know, I didn't expect him to, but the opportunity was there for him. But let's get it.
Where are y'all from? Because here in New Jersey, 80% of the women are not going to go for a light skin.
Yeah, 80%.
Man, we are not the beauty. Here in New Jersey, nigga, we are not. Now, women, yes, they are the beauty standard. I'm putting that on quotes, obviously. Please don't think that's anybody. But yeah, a woman ain't like light-skinned niggas since Odell Beckham Jr. So I don't know what you're talking about, bro. They will literally say, yo, you're light-skinned. I'm not talking to you.
There are so many places we can go in this video. I want to break down this lie that.
So this is the Globe Light, and you know, he sounds like a Hispanic dude, right? So I don't even know what his background is, but again, if he don't make the 80% 2x4 rule, then you can just consider him a non-black dude. But again, they're the ones coming out here with this nonsense, and we're just responding to what they're saying. So we're gonna get a little bit of this. Let's go.
Black people keep saying to humble light-skinned people, the lie that in the 90s and 80s that black light-skinned men were in style, and they're not.
It's not a lie. Some of us actually had to live through it. Why do you think some of us had to wear Jerry coats? Because we wasn't trying to get We was trying to get hair texture like the mixed dudes, like the DeBarges and all that. I was gonna play. You know what? I was gonna throughout the show play some light skin videos. I might play a little bit of DeBarge, and that's what the people were emulating. They were in style. That's why Prince was a mega star. All these different types of guys, right? It was the thing. And so the crazy thing is they're in denial, just like people of the Caucasian persuasion who try to deny that they ever owned slaves or anything like that. It's amazing how these people benefit from privileges and they always like to brag about them. But the moment, it paints them in a certain light, then all of a sudden they didn't get those privileges. It's amazing. But let's get a little bit more what this fool got to say.
Not in style anymore, right? And they usually say this to obviously humble light-skinned men. And I usually see
we're not saying it to humble nobody. We're saying it because it's a guy, because it's the truth. That's why we're saying it. And again, some of us lived through that.
From the women and dark-skinned men saying this. And the truth is this, that in the 80s and 90s, both light-skinned men and dark-skinned men were getting loved. Both of them were getting loved, right? The women just also loved the light-skinned brothers. A lot of black.
No, actually, there was a little tip in the balance. A lot of the light-skinned dudes had an advantage, and that was cool. We wasn't sweating it. We was like, okay, but I told you, like, towards the end of the 80s, that's when it started to shift. Because again, I gave you my example earlier of how I had a light-skinned friend when I was in 8th grade. And because that light-skinned girl chose up on me, then all of a sudden he started acting funny after that, right? But he was used to, in his own words, being a light-skinned cute guy. And I seen that over and over again, up close and personal. And there were girls that even to this day, ones who still choose them, and that's not a problem. We don't be bitching and moaning about it. But let's get a little bit more.
Black men did not like this. They saw it as a threat. They saw it as a competition. But a lot of
how did we see it as a threat? What is he talking about?
Light-skinned brothers, they're usually pro-black, but so they did not realize this. In the 90s, there were absolutely more dark-skinned celebrities who were
Dude, there's more dark-skinned people. What are you talking about? Of course, there's going to be more dark-skinned celebrities proportionate to the population. What is he talking about?
Lifted within the black community than light-skinned brothers. Not only that, there were more dark-skinned men celebrities than light-skinned men celebrities in the 90s. Also, in the 90s, there were movies that was made emasculating light-skinned man image. Hollywood saw it fit to do so.
Okay, so why you got a problem with the dark-skinned dudes? If we don't run Hollywood, what is he talking about?
Can we please go home now?
Sit here. Let me break this down to you.
I think Blade Brown is the biggest asshole on the planet.
And that's one movie class act with Kid and Play. And everybody know back in the day, Kid and Play, it wasn't like that. They had a good relationship. That was just a movie role. If anything, Kid may have been the leader. That's why he was Kid and Play. And number one, we never said nothing negative about Kid. In fact, I like both of them, but I think Kid, the light-skinned one, dances better than Play, personally. But I think Play raps better. But that's my opinion. But I think, and that's ironic because I normally think that the dark-skinned person could dance better, but Play, if you look at him, at least in my opinion, I always thought that Kid, the light-skinned one, could dance better. But anyway, he gonna take this one movie that they were playing this role like this, and all of a sudden that's supposed to represent how black dudes was treating light-skinned dudes. This is crazy.
Movie roles that were given primarily to dark-skinned men to envelope them with a masculine energy. But despite all of that, light-skinned men
okay, so you ain't trying to tell me you want Blake to be light-skinned. Get the hell out of here.
We're still getting a little praise. Black women of all skin complexions still desired them. This pushed the convoluted indoctrinations within the black community about light-skinned men being soft. The already proven faulty lie called the Willie Lynch letter, the separation of light-skinned men and light-skinned women that they should not date each other because of having the same phenotype.
Listen, again, that wasn't, even if the Willie Lynch letter was fake, the practice with regard to the one drop rule and these slave codes and so forth was in practice. The one drop rule and all that still had the same effect. So, we don't have to get into the semantics as to whether or not that's a real letter. The question is, what was the public policy, and how did light skinned people, as I mentioned earlier, create these societies, and they're the ones that create that separation. So you can't come back crying with your tail between your legs, talking about somebody discriminating against you when you were the original ones to discriminate. Crazy.
The feminization of light-skinned men were put in full speed with no remorse. Throughout history, light-skinned men have always revolted against white supremacy, but the emasculation of light-skinned men was not just done by them.
You weren't revolting when you were on the plantation because that was your daddy's house. So why would you revolt against your daddy's house? This is crazy. You didn't revolt until later on once you got with the black folk, and then you started seeing some type of mutual benefit at that point. But when you were up in the house, no, you weren't revolting against nothing.
The black community is in full agreement to destroy the image of light-skinned men. They want to push them out the community and make them.
How we try to hurt their image when they do a very good job of it themselves, i.e. with foolery like this. So this is crazy. So like I said, I didn't want this to be a 10-hour stream. So I'm going to run through some of this because he don't even need a lot of time because I already debunked him. I'm going to give you guys a little Ginger the Hut. I was more or less going to just pick and choose how I was going to, deal with them because I had any number of angles I could use. But for this one, let's go ahead and give her opening scene because, like I said, we have opening scenes for all of them. The one I did in the beginning was for Globe Light. So here's Ginger the Hut's Star Wars scene. And if you wonder why I'm using that particular example, I think after I show you, then you might be inclined to agree. So if Shadow Zulu is still in the house, he wanted me to put her on the screen so you could judge her, and there you go in all her glory, in all her light skin glory. That's Ginger the Hut. There you go. So you're welcome to rate, Shadow, if you are in the house. Let me go back to my comments. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so you're free to rate as you see fit. And let me see if y'all have any numbers that you want to put there. But she's one of the ones that likes to besmirch dark-skinned men's image, and for some reason, I don't know, maybe her dark-skinned dude may have curved her, which I wouldn't find too unbelievable. But she has some type of issue, and she's part of this federation that believing that they need to try to undermine dark-skinned people. And I'm just going to play a little bit about what she has to say about the whole thing. She even addressed light-skinned historian about their little gender war because, as you can see, there's a little issue that he has in terms of how he feels about light-skinned women. But you guys going in. But anyway, hey, it is what it is. What you want me to do? I mean, that's what it is. So there you go. Do as you will. But y'all crazy. But anyway, let me just show you what she has to say. So, I'm not just picking on people. This is all dedicated on actual events. So here you go.
Miss Ginger. I'm gonna react to the video she just made.
So that's light skinned historian responding to her right there.
Last night, y'all can go check that out. But we're gonna react to it. I've seen it already a little bit. I agree with some and also disagree with some as well. And we're going to get over it. So let's watch it.
Hey guys, this is Ginger, and I'm back with another commentary. It's been a while since I've been on here, but you know what? I'm trying to become a content creator. I started this in November, but when I realized the problem that I'm coming across is that I'm doing this on my phone. So every time I do a commentary, it's like I'm deleting stuff just so I can have space so I can record. And I'm going to have to switch over to a camera. And before you finish this video, I want somebody to leave.
Well, let me get to a point because she was talking about this guy, light skinned historian. And again, this should give him an inkling as to why he has a problem with his fellow light skinned women. But let's go.
Okay. It's just like you said something nice just to ease the blow, what you're trying to say behind that, okay? And I feel like, if we're going to come up, we're going to have to, you just keep going back and forth about what a light-skinned woman's doing this to a light-skinned guy, a light.
So you know what she said, if they're going to come up. The question is, come up off of who? Who you trying to come up off of? You've been coming up off of dark-skinned people, and that's why as dark-skinned or actual black people become more aware of themselves, then you're not able to do that. You're not put on this artificial pedestal that you shouldn't have been on in the first place. So if you're going to come up, you're going to have to come up with yourself by your own bootstraps, like what black people had to do, right? You got to build your own infrastructure, build on the actual contributions that you've made, and stop piggybacking off of what black people did. And she may have some knowledge of a piggyback, no pun intended. But the bottom line is, if someone like her decides that they want to break away from the black race, I say good riddance, because like D kind of alluded to, we can kind of use a genetic cleansing from the gene pool, get all the samples and clowns and degenerates about the, get these mutations out of it. I think we'll be a lot better off. So I don't have a problem with her deciding that they're going to go ahead and kind of jump ship. You know what I mean? I think, like if you have something very heavy weighing you down, when it gets off, things tend to rise after that, right? So I don't have a problem with it. In fact, I'll hold the garage door open for her so that we can make sure to roll her up out of there. But let's go.
Guys doing this to the light-skinned woman, it's not going to work, okay? We got to all respect one another. We got to come up, and we have to see our errors and our ways as well if we want to come up, okay?
So she keeps saying come up, right? Come up off of who? And by doing what, right?
And he did a commentary on something I talked about. Remember, this was my very first video I did. It wasn't about him, though. It was about somebody else. But he did use my commentary to do a commentary on his page.
Before she get in, let me address what she said. She said it seems like I have something against light-skinned women. I've said on my channel too, like plenty of times. I've never really had a bad experience with light-skinned women before. Every light-skinned female that I come across, we cool. I'm dating.
Okay, then why is he crying and whining for this?
Dating a light-skinned girl right now. So every light-skinned girl that I came across, we pretty much. I mean, we had our back and forth with the ones I've dated, but I mean, I never took none of these females really serious when I date them. But
okay, then why are you crying that they are into dark skinned dudes then?
Light skinned one outside of I got a light skinned mother, but I'm not gonna get into that. But I don't have any resentment towards her. Well, my point of view, I'm coming from a point of view of light skinned women allowing their group to be attacked.
Allowing to be attacked by who?
All right.
And one thing I remember that he was like upset about that I said that I used the word team, because I'm not backtracking. I'm not backpedaling. I'm going to stick with this. I still feel as a race we need to stick together. But the only reason why.
Or no, see, here's the thing. If you guys are creating this subgroup, this subterfuge where you're coming in trying to undermine, trying to, in your words, come up, I mean, that sounds like you trying to grift and you trying to undermine us. You're just like any other group that's from the outside coming in trying to take advantage. So you can't have it both ways. You can't be talking about this othering stuff and then talking about how y'all need to come up as a group outside of the overall black race. No, you ain't gonna have it, boy. See, that's what y'all tried to pull back in the day with that, those secret societies and all that. That's why we coming at you with this empire striking back, because we see the BS you trying to do and we just calling you out for it. But let's get a little bit more.
I say light-skinned people need to step up, because this is just where we are right now. We are not united as a race. But as far as the race is concerned, we do seem like to be on the bottom, and people want us to be the punching bag, and people.
Now, despite her shape for the punching bag. I don't see nobody trying to do that. I think this is a projection. I think they need to know their history and understand how they were collaborating against actual black people. And again, if I saw this woman, I don't know what her genetic makeup is, but she could be a Puerto Rican for all I'm concerned. I don't necessarily uh need her to identify as a black person. So if she feels as though she's being slighted in any one of them, then they're free to go. My objective in getting rid of that light skin federation was the lies, right? You notice I'm not objecting to them wanting to break away, as it were. My question is, when you gonna leave and stop trying to lie on us in the process? It's just like if somebody was living in your house and they grew up in your house, right? And they only came in with the clothes on their back, but then as they're leaving, they're trying to go in your refrigerator, which obviously you see that would be the first place she'd probably go. But they trying to grab your family heirlooms, your culture and stuff. I'm like, listen, you gonna leave that. You ain't gonna go out the door taking our culture and our talent and all that stuff. You gonna leave that, but you can roll your ass up on out of there, and then everything could be fine and dandy. I don't give a damn about that. I'm just saying, leave quietly. You don't have to come out here making these goofy ass videos acting like somebody's against you. But anyway, man, you guys going in. But listen, this is what it is. And I'm just going to run through them real quick because, like I said, I'm going to be wrapping it up soon. I was expecting at least a few of them to show up because some of them said they would. They may still be lurking in the back. And, they can let themselves be known. Maybe they chicken out at the last minute. I'm not sure. But, if they couldn't make it tonight, they got an opportunity to set a different time. Because, again, I'm just giving them the same energy that they're putting out. I don't, my first instinct is not to be disrespectful to people, right? And I had a lot more work that I'm just kind of holding back on. I'm just, because I see pretty much that they, to a person, they almost chickened out. So I don't see no reason to really go hard like that. And, I was going to chop it up with a few people who've actually been on the panel before, such as the biracials, Golden Goddess. She actually came into the comment section and said she would show up tonight. So I'm gonna give her little introduction. So if she's out there lurking, she can come on up if she likes. But this is the biracial intro.
How did we get into this mess? I really don't know how. We seem to be made to suffer. It's our lot in life.
So that's the tragic biracials. And, I wasn't going to spend a lot of time on them unless they showed up because they've already been here. And my stance on them was very simple. It was pretty much to say that if they decide that they are going to just embrace their white side or whatever, because I think her in particular, both of them, they've been over here before. And we've had an amicable discussion, but I would be curious as to why sometimes she kind of dips over into some of the things that black men are doing. I got on her about in one of my past videos about going in on the guys who travel. As I mentioned before, when that passport bros over here were traveling men, we were doing it before there was a such thing as a passport bro. And with the advent of certain events, like the first time I've heard of it was just this degenerate who got caught down in Brazil. I know you guys heard of it, allegedly messing with kids. I think it wasn't that he was doing it, but he was trafficking. I think he was getting them to other people or something like that. But anyway, whatever happened to guilty until proven innocent, it's just like with the brick broad, right? Every time there's a salacious thing about a black man, everybody jumps to the on the bandwagon, demonizing the black man image. But again, from what I'm hearing, this guy was mentally ill. Meanwhile, 70 or 80% of the ones who are actually doing that with the youngins are non-black men, but they don't seem to ever talk about that. But I was just gonna kind of chop it up with them about that and a few other things. So I don't need to go into too much detail with them because I was expecting them to show up because she did come into the comment section saying that she would, and the invitation is still on the table. So I'll reserve some of the things I was going to say on that. So we'll bypass the biracials or the biroidials for now. But the invitation is still on the table because I'm sure she's going to see this playback. But anyway, let's move right along. Here and oh yeah, you know what? We're gonna take a little break because we have to play some light skinned tracks, right? Because I did say that we were going to be playing some light skinned music or some some coalition music where a lot of the black people who happen to teach the light skinned people music, and they would get together and make some pretty good music together. So this being the year end show, we always like to jam and stuff. So let me hit you with some classic hits real quick. So let's play a little bit of it. Little light skin music break.
Hello, my love, I heard a kiss from you. Red magic satin playing near too. All through the morning rain I gave, the sun doesn't shine. Rainbows and waterfalls.
In the 70s, here you go. Or I should just be reset. But yeah, in the 70s, the music was very good. The light skins and the dark skins were working together, making good music, right? So let's go.
All through the morning rain I gave, the sun doesn't shine. Rainbows and waterfalls run through my mind. In the garden I see west purple shower bells and tea, orange birds and river cousins dressed in green. Pretty music I hear, so happy and loud. Blue flowers echo from my cherry cloud. Feel sunshine sparkle pink and blue. Playgrounds will laugh if you try to ask, or is it cool? Is it cool? If you arrive and don't see me, I'm gonna be with my baby. I'm free. Fly girl over the sea. Stained window, yellow candy screen. See speakers of kites with velvet roses, big and freedom flight. A present from you, strawberry letter 22. The music plays, I set in for you.
Yeah, so those of you who may not know, that's the Brothers Johnson. So they had a nice hit there. I think they got one more. I'm gonna play a little of that. So we're gonna end the year with a bang, right? This is our last broadcast of the year, of course. So let me get this other jam they got. We're gonna play a little bit of that. Yeah, so that's light skinned and dark skinned people jamming. So it could have been like that, but they want to come with this BS. So maybe those days are gone for good. But anyway, let's move on to our next person up, and we're going to be wrapping it up in a few. But we just want to, give them a little bit of this work, just a little bit, because I didn't even go as hard as I had planned to, because there's really no need. But let's get into this particular individual, and she's been over here a few times. I didn't even know who she was. I think we covered a video on her, this Miss Elite. And the funny thing is, we were talking about how we came across this video where this woman was saying that she was going to disguise herself as a as a local, and then I don't know if you guys remember, and so she could snag her a passport, bro. But this is the same one that's sitting up here trying to demonize him. But she admitted, I didn't even know it was the same person because she was making comments on some of my videos. And again, I didn't know who she was, but some of you guys were telling me that she's heavy set or whatever. I didn't know. So I wanted her to come on the stage because she had been over here before and just give her an opportunity to speak her mind. But apparently, she didn't feel like she had enough things to she couldn't validate much of what she had to say because she didn't feel the need to come and try to defend it. But I'm just gonna play a little bit of what she has to say. I'm not gonna spend too much time on her, but let's go. This is her little intro. That's surprisingly soothing. Okay, and by the way, that's Gigi Golden Goddess in her comment section. So they're over there, and so they'll support each other when they're saying certain things. Typically, when it's kind of anti-black man, they'll kind of go and high five each other. So that's her over there in the comment section. Oh, and by the way, her name, if you look on because I know Shadow Zulu was talking about how much he liked the names that we did. Her name, we did a triple entendre because you know how we got bars over here. People be trying to bite, but they can't get it right. Her name is a triple entendre because her name is Miss Elite, but we flipped it and we spelled it Eliet, which is got the word lie in there because she admitted that she was a liar because she said she was going to go overseas under the guise of being a local woman just so she could deceive a passport bro and get his insurance money and all this other type of BS she used to say. And so we flipped her name to say instead of Miss Elite, Miss Elite. And then we put the E and the T as capital because she likes to use the symbol as ET. So we got Miss ELI capital E capital T. And it's pronounced light because, I heard she was light skinned. So you see how we did the triple entendre. But anyway, let's get a little bit of this work. And by the way, as I told you, she was over here kind of ear hustling and looking at what we do, which is fine. I like some channels. I don't mind them coming over, but that they get a lot of influence because I don't think she was using these type of backgrounds until she saw what I was doing on our channel because she didn't used to have the animated backgrounds with the rain. So they come over here, soak up game, and that's cool. Imitation is a sincere form of flattery, but often imitated, never duplicated. But I'm going to show you some of the things that she said, not a lot, because again, some of these talking points are so flimsy that they themselves didn't even want to try to come over and defend them. But she talks a lot about being kind of against black men, I guess, traveling, going out to different communities and so forth. But she made videos about how to swirl and so forth. And she clearly wants her a white man. So I think she should just go.
Because
she should just
what
go
is
and get
leveling
one.
up?
And let's play a little bit of this. Let me see if I can get to the part. Because she likes to demonize black men who happen to date out. But the bottom line is a lot of what these women fail to realize, because they are horrible at statistics, black men and black women's differential in terms of dating out is a statistical anomaly. And we got the stats, so I dare any of them to challenge me. But it's like 9% for black men and like 4% for black women. So it's not even a lot. It's like less than 5% differential. And that's only because the other races of men are not checking for them as much. If white men were checking for black women as much as they were checking for them, then the rates would be much higher. But it's not. And that's the only differential. They try to claim it's some type of loyalty, which is not. It's total BS. But anyway, let me see if I get to that part where she's just kind of highlighting black men that are dating now, but she herself is an admitted swirler, and that just shows the hypocrisy. But let's get a little bit. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, where you're really from? Like, you can no way. No, I was reading about this black woman, and she was talking about what you're talking about. How the white guy she was dating wanted her to twerk. She don't know how to twerk. I don't either.
Well, thank goodness for that.
He wanted her to be loud, but she's not a loud person. So the media promotes a certain type of black woman, and those black women do exist, but that's not all of us.
Yeah, it's just the majority.
And I feel like,
and again, when we say stuff like that, we're just being statistically accurate. Just like when we talk about the weight issue, right? I was going to pull up a whole bunch of stats on that too. I'm going to hold that because some of these people, I'm going to give them the opportunity to duel on a different day because maybe this was just the wrong night. I know it's their holidays and so forth. It's a weekend. I get it. So maybe even though some of them gave indications that they would be in the house, things happen, right? So I'm going to reserve some of my ammunition because I was going to just unload the full clip, but that's why I've been kind of just going a little further into certain things more than others. But make no mistake about it, the chamber is still locked and loaded. If any of them want to show up, they can get the heavy work. But now I'm just kind of padding the size a little bit, tickling the plate, because I'm going to still give them a chance to catch a fair one. But we'll see if they ever do. Let's go.
when some white guys, especially the ones who specifically like black women, when they meet black women, they expect us to be like that. Like that is the type of black woman they like. Right. So when I'm not like that, it's like, oh, you're weird. Or I really hate this term because it brings up trauma from high school, but oh, you act white, things like that. So you got to be wary also, black women. If you like white men and they like black women, use your discernment as well, because they might like the black woman, the Tyler Perry black woman, or like the mother.
You see how they're willing to bend over backwards and try to acquiesce to what the white man wants, but when you say you like natural hair or whatever, it don't mean nothing. But this is the same woman that has all this negativity to say about black men who date out or go overseas and so forth. But she's up here plotting and scheming with this broad to try to figure out ways to be more appealing to white men. It's crazy. But we brought out that type of hypocrisy before. But again, I would invite her and any of them to come and defend themselves, because again, I'm not even going to spend as much time on that for that reason. I'll see if they are willing, ready, and able to drag themselves up here at some point. And again, they can leave it in the comment, because it's not like she's never been over here before leaving comments. So she can leave a comment saying, hey, I didn't catch it, but I would love to come at a different time. And I would gladly mark something on my very busy schedule to make that happen. And what's so funny is that for all this talk about how black men are this or that, they never want to admit that when they get in these relationships with these white men, they don't have as much leeway as when it comes to black men. So they get over there and they realize the grass isn't greener, because he's willing to go upside their head like this at the smallest infraction. So they wind up catching one like this.
I just wanted to wish you guys a very happy new year. I hope you guys have an awesome weekend, because I know I'll be. So
hey, what I tell you about the fucking tits already?
See, not the damn wig off her, because she all in the camera flopping them saggy breasts right there, and he
like oh.
see they know they can't pull that when they go over the Brad, because he gonna knock the stovetop stuffing up out of them, because they be running their mouth, and they, that's why they was on there having that little powwow talking about how not to act ghetto and all that type of stuff. But it's crazy. So we already know what it is. But again, at any moment, they can come and try to defend this BS. Moving right along. The next up was, of course, the Joker. And to be honest, I mean, this was just going to be a fun one because we know the Joker's too much of a coward to show up. But I had a whole clip for her. In fact, I want to show you a little intro video we have for her. Well, we have the Star Wars one. So let me put that on the screen. So we got to give her a little Star Wars intro because they all get one of those. So let me give you hers. Is EU Star Wars intro. Let me get it. Yeah, no, that I got one that I made before, but I'm not going to use that one. I'm going to use the one we got for the Star Wars. Let me make sure I uploaded it. Hold on. Shao Zulu, this is the one I wanted you to see. I don't know if he's still in the house, but I'm giving you guys a little bit of extra time because I realized, since it's been so long, that's the reason why I'm doing this. Because my idea was to kind of, make it maybe around 3.5. It was somewhere in the 3.5 to 4 hour range. So we're right a little bit over that for the 4 hour range. But yeah, we're gonna be wrapping up. But the thing that's so crazy is that the Joker, right? She's constantly just regurgitating the same talking points that we have already totally dissected. But at the end of the day, we don't expect much from her anyway. So that's not a big deal. But yeah, let me go ahead and re-upload it because I thought I had it up here already. Yeah, I remember I didn't because I think we had to change some settings on it, but I got it right here. So yeah, so let's give her Star Wars intro, Queen Bleachia. Here we go. So I'm gonna load that, and while that's loading, let's get another light skin track. Why don't we? As this one's loading, we're gonna make sure we are entertained by another light skin music break. Let's go get our classic Heavy D. I think that's a light skin guy we all can like, right? Heavy D would never be saying some of this stuff that these people are saying. Heavy D was a cool dude. Shout out to Heavy D, R.I.P. Let's get it.
Sitting in my room with my smoker's jacket on. The fireplace is burning and the girlie is warm. Time to make my move. So gently I kiss her, whisper in her ear, and tell her that I miss her. She might try to pop that boyfriend's jump, but I don't really care because I know he's a punk. I'll stop him like a roach if he tries to approach. He can't get close because I'm the one who wrote the book of romance. So come on, take a chance. You don't need a long look. All you need is a glance. If you want to get warm, in my arms you belong. You have a problem, have a solve them up. It can't go wrong. When overweight lovers in the house, the overweight lovers in the house, the overweight lovers in the house, the overweight lovers in the house. You said I couldn't do it, then it got done. And after you.
And Heavy D, he was very much dark skin identified. He had his crew with him. A lot of his dancers were dark skin. His DJ was dark skin. So, you guys, so talented. Everybody should have been light skinned, right? All right, anyway.
When I did it, you said it was fun. Now every day of your life you want to be with me. When you got time to spend time with Heavy D. I noticed that you hold me gentle as a rose. I'm rough and tough, baby, but then I suppose that I had to be held in order to start holding. I think I got your hint, so let's start rolling. The overweight lovers in the house, 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 the overweight lovers in the house.
Anyway, yeah, that's the late great Heavy D, R.I.P. once again. But let's go ahead and get this EU intro real quick.
Like that.
And get them off the screen here. So yeah, let's go ahead and get this EU intro. Princess Bleachia on the screen.
Not still for this. When they hear you've attacked a diplomatic...
Don't act so surprised, Your Highness. You weren't on any mercy mission this time. Several transmissions were beamed to the ship by rebel spies. I want to know what happened to the plans they sent you.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a member of the Imperial Senate on a diplomatic mission to Alderaan.
You are part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor. Take her away!
We gotta give you guys the remix version. That was the normal version. So we got to give you the remix version. That's the one we thought we had loaded. Watch this one. See, that's the normal version, but we're gonna show you what we did. So it's actually good to see that so that you can compare and contrast. So let me show you our version. And as that's loading, it's going to be up here in a few seconds. Let's go ahead and get another light skin music moment. Let's get another light skin music moment. Because, they need some motivation. So we want to make sure we're playing the proper type of music over here. And this is a group I really like. It's composite, it's got the dark skin and the light skin people, but it's a song about jealousy, and I played it before. And we're just gonna play a little of it, and you may recognize it from some of our intros. But this is from the Great Club Nouveau, one of my favorite '80s groups, and I'm gonna play a little bit of this. Let's go. Since they say we're so jealous of them, let's go.
To me, but some people get so jealous of the smallest of all things. I try to help some friends to help themselves to get their lives intact. They came out spreading rumors, now I have to come out spreading facts. Let me tell you how it started and where it all began. I guess I was a fool to try and help my broken social friends. They told me if I'd help them, they'd be in debt for life. But when I turned my back to give support, they stabbed me with a knife. Oh no, jealousy. No, I don't want the bad talk around me. I don't need jealousy. No, I don't want the bad talk around me.
Okay, so yeah, so we equal over here. We play light skin music. We ain't hating. You know what I mean? But like I said, that's that group Club Nouveau. It's got dark skin and light skin people. But anyway, we got to make sure we're playing, putting on for the light skins. It's their night tonight. They didn't want to be the guest of honor, so it is what it is. But yeah, but let me give you the remixed Star Wars intro for Princess Bleachea. Let's get
Imperial Senate will not sit still for this. When they hear you've attacked a diplomatic...
Don't act so surprised, Your Highness. You weren't on any mercy mission this time. Several transmissions were beamed to the ship by rebel spies. I want to know what happened to the plans they sent you.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a member of the Imperial Senate on a diplomatic mission to Alderaan.
You are part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor. Take her away!
Rashad Zulu see that, he gonna be busting up. But anyway, yeah. So we've already debunked her so many times. I had a few things lined up, but now we're just gonna clown her a little bit. I was actually gonna give her some credit because she essentially has started to show more of her life. Because in that last classic video that I made, episode 3 of the debunking her lies series, I said, because what she'll do, she'll come over and listen to what I say about her, and she'll make the adjustments. Now, to be honest, that's not a bad trait, so I commend her for that. However, we still see her as deranged and so forth, but at the same time, I do see that she has a spirit that wants to improve, and that's good. But I was going to give you guys an opportunity to judge her out and about because apparently she's being very much open about the fact that she's this Blaxican baddie, and she's created a whole nother channel that she had out there, but she's starting to post her lifestyle on it more. So I was going to give you guys an opportunity to kind of just look at her.
Yeah, I packed this morning.
And kind of just evaluate her based on, as if she's a woman, right? Because, we see her as the Joker, Princess Bleachia, and all of that. However, I was going to give her an opportunity to be viewed in a way that would justify her statements that you guys, the average guys who are out there, making a good living, the Henrys, there was, the Blue Henrys, what we call the high earners but not rich yet type guys, because you guys may be invested in crypto, you might be invested in commodities, which if you listen to me right now, your portfolio should be going through the roofs. But anyway, she has this mentality that somehow a lot of the guys who are out there are not good enough for her, and she tends to have this denigrating viewpoint that somehow the guys who should be, I guess, a good match for, just the normal guys somehow don't measure up. And my question is, based on what you see, and it's just being honest, I'm not asking you to look at her like I do, because I'm going to withhold my opinions. But is this what's hot on the street right now? And I mean, just be honest. This right here, just forget for a moment that she's bleaching and all of that. Is this what the high earning guys want on their arm? I'm just asking because I'm out of it, right? I don't live there. I haven't been there in many years, so I'm out of that pool. But for some of you, if you saw this right here out and about, would you be up on that? Let me see if I can get one where she's in there. Okay, so there she is. Are you rocking with this? That's all I want to know. Is this right here what you're you're looking to spend the big bucks on it, because to hear her tell it, you guys don't quite measure up. And that's fair. People are entitled to their own opinion.
I'm going to be sharing my full beauty.
So she's showing you her little beauty secret. So that's her transforming herself from the Joker. But
maintenance routine, everything I do to keep myself feeling fresh, rejuvenated, confident, and ready to stun on these hoes.
So she ready to stun on these hoes, but I thought that was hierarchical thinking. I thought she wasn't about none of that, but she want to stun on them hoes. Okay.
I'm going to be covering nails, toes, facials, lashes, laser hair removal, skincare, and of course, my makeup practice. I know it sounds like a lot, but I've got it all broken down into manageable steps, and I can't wait to share it with you, so let's get right into it. First things first, let's talk about my...
Now notice her knuckles. That's her actual color. But look at this. I guess there's something about the melanin concentration in the knuckles that she can't bleach that out, but my goodness, look at this.
Nails and toes. Look at how bad these look. And I got an OPI nail polish. It's like a rosy pink color. So I'm going to go with that for my nails and toes so that I can keep them maintained. I was going to go to the nail salon, but
there she is. Look at that. So again, guys, is this what's hot on them streets right now? And I'm just asking you to be very
so that I
objective.
Can keep them maintained.
Is that what you guys like? I mean, I don't know where the wall ends and her backside begins, but let me reserve my opinion. But there you go. I mean, is this what's hot on them streets? Is this what you guys are willing to stack your bread for? Is that the one right there? I'm just asking because to hear her tell it, she the hottest thing smoking, and you guys don't measure up. That's all I want to know. Is this what's hot on them streets? Maybe I'm outside the loop, but you need to tell me.
I was going to go to the nail salon, but then I didn't want to wait in line, and it was a whole thing. So for my nails, I usually go for kind of the gel polish look. So I just will paint those pink, and I'm not going to cut my cuticle. I never cut my cuticle because then it causes my skin to peel right there. But I try
Okay, so she got all this going on, right? And watch this. What? This is crazy.
a lot. And I might make a video about my shoe collection soon, but spring is coming up, so I do want to start maintaining my feet a little bit better. So I'm just going to paint my toes, and then when I'm done, I'm going to put my favorite lotion on there. I actually might do a spot treatment on any of the spots on my toes, because when I go running, sometimes my feet do rub up against my shoes. Like I notice my ankles, they rub against my tennis shoes. I do wear ankle socks, and so my ankle is not protected from when I
Man, she got all kind of problems. Holy crap! What is that? Oh my goodness! Who got their goat foot sitting on the screen right there?
run on my shoes. So my ankles, they can get kind of dry and they can get like marks
She got corn nuts on her freaking toes.
and stuff like that. So I'm going to do a little spot treatment with my Pixie Glow. That is something that I got in a PR package a while back. I love the Pixie Glow products. So I'm just going to put that on the spots on my foot. Now on to skincare. I always make sure to treat myself to a facial every month or so. So I'm just
Okay, so this is how the bleach is done. So she got all these different creams and potions, and oh my goodness, what is that? Oh man. So she's telling you the secrets to becoming the Joker. So again, guys, I'm just want to hear from you. Do you think that this right here is what's hot on them streets right now? I mean, I don't know. I'm out of the loop. So when all this is said and done, because it takes a while.
So they're gonna have like friends, speed dating, and I'm really excited. So let's go.
I'll show you the final product here.
Up for yourself.
Hold on.
We just buzzed the front gate. Thank God you came. How many more days?
Okay, so let me just show you a quick clip of her made up, I guess. So my point is this what is this what
Ready
is hot
to
on
go
them
to
streets?
black
Is this what you guys are clamoring for? That's all I'm
swan
asking.
yoga, so let's go.
So is that it? According to D, said she looks sick. I mean, okay, but she eats healthy. That's something good, and she also does the cosplay type stuff. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that her showing her life skills. I think it's directly attributed to what I said in the last presentations I did about her, that she's now finally trying to show her out and about. Because I told her even on some of my old channels, I was showing myself out and about, getting compliments and stuff, and I'm not even a beauty center channel or nothing like that. So how am I able to do the things that she's supposed to be doing? And somehow she's being a little bit more open. So I'll give her credit for that. But again, I'll leave it up to you guys to determine if that's right there is something that you believe is worth the effort. And again, we were gonna go in on a few things regarding her. I had this nice little intro, or not an intro, but this was a little presentation of her describing her past interracial relationship. I think somebody had already posted it ready, but somebody else posted this too. But we made this little quick clip of her talking about her past swirling adventures.
Like, oh, well, are you only with me because you think that because I'm black that like whatever children I have are going to be the next NFL stars? And then he would say like, no, it's just that I've always wanted to be good at sports, and so I wanted our kids to be good at sports. And I remember that was kind of an expectation that he had, but he had to let go of it because I had to tell him like, hey, when we have kids one day, they may not be football players. They may be something else, and you have to be willing to accept that. Yeah. So I think sometimes expectations are based on stereotypes. Like, hey, if I get with a black girl, then like my daughters will be able to dance and my sons will be athletes. So I think you just have to let go of those stereotypes before you even get into the relationship, and don't start fantasizing like, oh, we're going to have the cutest babies and we're going to do this. And, you know, he's gonna make me some Filipino food and I'm gonna make him soul food. Don't start doing that, because when you put those expectations on a relationship, you could end up being disappointed. You know, I don't really know how to cook soul food very well. I mean, I can cook some things, but I don't really like cooking that much. I don't stand there over the stove for 5 hours just to make some mac and cheese and black eyed peas.
Well, I thought she was an exotical. Shouldn't she be making all those exotical dishes? But it's funny how she changed, she metamorphosized from a quote black woman. But I say, hey, you're an exotical. Stay over there. Don't well, why she likes to vacillate back and forth. But that little, as she call it, kind of jumping in and out of blackness don't seem to be working out too well, because everybody who tries to do it, it doesn't seem to really work. But anyway, let's get a little bit more.
There are people in my family who do that, but if my husband would have expected that, that would have been something that would not have happened.
That's real. Now, what would you say about expectations that people have when, for lack of a better term, they're trying to escape something that they've experienced when dating another race? Let's say, for example, a woman had a bad experience dating men in her own race, and maybe she's like, well, I'm going to date this race because they'll treat me better, or, they won't do this, that, or the third. What's your take on that? Do you feel like a woman should or a man should have that type of expectation? Or how could it backfire?
Yeah, I think that can backfire. Just because someone is white doesn't mean they're a nice person. Just because someone's black doesn't mean they're a nice person. I think there are good and bad people in every race. And honestly, I would say that that is something that I could have experienced. I don't think I did it consciously, but like looking back on my teenage years and college years, that was a time when I was dating mostly like black men, and I did have a lot of bad experiences. I wouldn't say that I consciously stereotyped, but
Yeah, so there you go, right there.
yeah, I would say that that kind of happened to me a little bit, because even though I didn't try to date my husband, who was an Asian guy, I did kind of assume like, oh, my husband, he's just a nice, sweet, shy guy, and he's just going to treat me perfectly all the time. So I did kind of have that expectation a little bit, but that got shattered. Had to either.
Yeah, so you see, she always had this fantasy version that was dislodged from reality, and that's the reason why she's on this decentering garbage. And again, I don't personally care, but it's just how ridiculous these women are when they'll go and have all these weird expectations, and when it doesn't work out, then all of a sudden they try to throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's amazing. But this is her going in on light-skinned dudes, so it's kind of funny that this is the one claiming that that's her preference and that's fine, but she's saying all this stuff negative about them publicly, but she refuses to say anything positive about them publicly. But she claims that that's the ones that she's rocking with. So she's not only betraying the dark side, because she's actually originally from the dark side, but she's also a double agent because she's betraying the light side as well, because she's throwing them under the bus. So we're just going to play a little bit of that. Let's get it.
Block or stop talking to. Okay, so they were all MLS guys. When I use that term MLS, it means mixed or light skin. That's a term that I created. So the term light skinned, I'm talking about light skinned monoracial black guys. And then when I say mixed, I'm talking about like a biracial, multiracial, Afro Latino, whatever. So that tends to be my type or whatever, because, that's what I am. So why?
Yes, we can clearly see that's what she is, right? Let's go.
Why wouldn't you want someone who looks like yourself? Okay, so I was talking to this one guy. He was a football player. He was a football player. He is not currently a football player. And the reason that I had to stop talking to him was because, okay, first of all, he wanted to talk and text 24/7. This is a very bad strategy that a lot of guys use. They're trying to do that because they want you to have limerence. They want you to develop this very quick attachment to them. They want you to become emotionally attached so that you can like have more empathy for.
But she's saying this about you light skinned guys, right? She's talking about y'all very needy and calling them all the time. This is what this your so all you globe light skinned historian. This is the reason why your reputation is like that, because you got bleach articles and actual light skinned women throwing your name under the bus, telling everybody how you guys be sweating them. That's the reason why you're seen as soft. But anyway, let's go.
For them. Okay, one pattern that I've noticed, this is going to be a shit talking video about MLS men. I'm just being honest. I'm not saying that I hate them or anything. Like I said, my positive content about them is behind the paywall.
Yeah, so she don't want to publicly praise you, so she gonna throw dirt on you publicly. Meanwhile, they gotta pay to hear something good about you. Crazy work.
But
Let's go.
I've noticed though, they're very codependent. Oh my God. Extremely codependent emotionally. Like they need a lot of attention. They need
Okay, so that's your reputation right there. So don't be coming over around us talking about dark skinned men throwing you under the bus. Them the ones, the women that actually deal with you. Because contrary to what you might believe, we don't want you. So we ain't gonna be the ones in these settings to be able to throw dirt on you like that. That's the women you laying up with. You know what I mean? So them the ones that you need to be going after exclusively because they're the ones throwing you under the bus. They got you out here looking crazy, like you just sitting somewhere like a puppy crying, on the phone. What my picture at? They got you up here like you like this, man. This is the image. What my light skin crying photo at? Hold on. Let me get them some knots off the screen. What my see if it'll take the photo. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, this one thing I can't stand about StreamYard. See, my other interface, I would have been able to post it. But anyway, that's what she's saying about y'all. And you got the audacity to be trying to throw dirt on us. And this is part of the reason why your image is the way it is. So there's that. And we're going to just end on her with a nice little musical selection because I had more for her, but there's really no point because we already know who she is. Let me get a little bit of this. This ain't the music one, but I'm gonna show you something. Wait a minute, hold on. Where's my we got a little fitting clip for her because we all know who she is. See if I can pull it up right here. Yeah, that's one thing I don't like about StreamYard. You have all this capability. Yeah, I'm gonna pull up this. I'm just gonna play a little bit of this that we made. So she calls herself a baddie, right? So she says she's a baddie. Okay. So we got a little quick music video just highlighting how much of a baddie she is. So we're gonna go out with style on her because in the tradition of doing our little Joker music selection, we did black and white last time, so we got to give her official baddie song. So let's get it.
So what's up?
Your bud is mine. Won't you get you right? Just show your face. Broad daylight. I'm telling you on how I feel. Gonna get your mind. Don't you dare jump on, jump on, get on me. I'm giving you on count three. Just show your stuff on that beat. I'm telling you, just watch your mouth. I know you claim what you're about. When they say the sky's the limit, and to me this really true. You're not a man. You're throwing stones at your wedding.
Yeah, so we're just gonna send her off with that. But yeah, right now we're just having fun on these last few minutes here. Salute to everybody still in the house. I'm just giving you a little extra time because again, I know it's been a while. I don't know when we're gonna do another live. It depends on if people want to come through and get the work. The offer's still on the table. In the new year, I'm gonna be doing a lot of stuff. I'll still be dropping videos, of course, but y'all know I got a lot of irons in the fire, so this is just kind of extracurricular. But yeah, we're gonna get into the last one that we were going to address, and she actually made a video. She took it down, but we got eyes in different places. So this is this individual by the name of Lashid for you, and I had kind of heard that name before. In fact, I think I may even remember seeing that name back when I was doing message boards, but I didn't know too much about her. I saw some videos that were made back in the day that I come to find out that she was behind. And there was a few people that came over during our lives that mentioned her and, things like that. So I found out that, she had been actually putting in work with regard to the dark skin perspective, even though she's lighter skin. And she has an opportunity to come and to talk about a few things because one thing that I noticed about her and is that she tends to have a problem with podcasts and like this to talk about black women, and she tends to have this kind of knee-jerk reaction that it's negative, right? And that we're quote bashing black women. Now, she hasn't singled out this particular channel, but I noticed and from what I've seen, I haven't seen all of her videos, but some of the little research that I've done, she tends to have a very negative viewpoint of black men speaking their mind with regard to some of the issues that we cover. And I was going to give her the opportunity to kind of, defend her position and speak as to why she believes it's such a problem for black men to talk about the issues that they have as it pertains to relationships with black women when black women had the better part of 50 years to do that exact thing. And she also seems to be of the opinion that Oprah Winfrey somehow was not a problem, and that when black men single out Oprah as one of the most vocal tools that were used to denigrate the black male image, she tends to have a problem with that. And my question is, of all people that you decide to want to defend, why Oprah? This is the last person you need to be defending. In fact, I had a whole lot of work ready because I felt that she was going to be one of the people that were going to come over because, as I mentioned, we got wind of the video that she posted responding to us, her tag. We tagged her. And again, ain't no problem. I don't know why she took the video down. She could come over and chop it up. We're going to be respectful, but she going to have to show and prove why she thinks that it's a problem for black men to discuss these particular topics. And I'm going to play this real quick clip. I got clips of her too, in case you're not familiar with her. Let me just put, let me see. I think I got, because she makes very long live streams, but yeah, I'm wanting to talk right now because I think this might be one of our longest ones. But she tends to have a lot of different topics. But this is the video she dropped about this upcoming broadcast, which the reason why I thought she would be in the house.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Let me make sure I can hear myself.
But she got to understand that we're pretty quick on the draw. So even though she took it down, we got people that put in work out there. But this is her, kind of going over the upcoming masterpiece that we're partaking in tonight. And I'm just going to play a little bit of some of the things she said.
Pointing the ish people out as being.
Well, let me see if I get to a point. Because she was talking about a whole lot of other stuff, but this was, something that I guess she took umbrage with the fact that I said that she was dark skin identified. And for all intents and purposes, she comes off that way. And one of the things that I was going to ask her is, why do you hate your light skin? I was going to use my Vader voice. So if she ever comes over here, I might have to turn on the Vader voice and ask her what is her problem, and actually how she's been putting in work for the dark side. And she should, we may even make her an honorary dark skin. I know D may not like that, but the lady's been putting in work for a long time, pushing back at the Joker, i.e., EU, and others. And so, we're going to chop it up about that. And I was going to ask her why she has such a problem with, people like, us over here and other places that speak out against some of the things that black women are doing currently, and why she thinks that's a problem.
Referred to as darkism. I think all of that, even those who were put in positions of.
See if I get to the part where she was talking about us. Hold on. Because she was talking about, like I said, a lot of different stuff.
And even Arabic, they changed it to just mean black. But he acknowledged it was brought to his attention. All right. All right. And I also say this to black men doing that too. Before my whole encounter with these jumping on people, I just as if you're a weak light skinned person. So I had to think about that. And I did.
Okay, let me get to the point, because like I said, she was talking about a whole lot of stuff, but let me just get to when she was actually talking about our presentation. So hold on.
Because they really don't want, they've been losing, put a relaxer in. It would be because of my features, right? That is a big part of it. Understanding blanqueamiento and women, if you love black men, black Bill Cosby, and beautiful, darker skinned females who she claimed were mixed. People just paid attention. So, but yeah, I mean, it makes for an interesting stream. Yeah, I've seen the channel before.
Like I said, her people been over here. I'm sure she's been over here before too. And so again, that's why this was an invitation that I felt that was reasonable. And so we're just gonna let her say a few things here.
I've seen this channel before. Going to it, I've seen something before on the exoticals. Yeah, so. And I noticed also, hold on, let's see some of.
Yeah, D, but when they do that, see, they'll come over and make comments and then they delete their comments. I don't know. I look, I know I'm seeing this Darth Vader in these parts, but you could even sit down and reason with Darth Vader. You ain't got to be scared. Come on over. Let's chop it up. I don't know what the big deal is.
The content. Yeah, so this tend to be a channel where black women are going to be addressed.
You're damn right. So that's the point. And I want to know why she has a problem with that.
And if they see me, like, there may be those who don't even like the idea of me speaking on behalf of Alondria. I'm going to tell you that right now. Oh, she ain't really.
Well, I could give a damn about that. I don't care. But again, my question is, why does she overall have a problem with us speaking our mind with regard to personal, whether it be personal or anecdotal experiences with black women? That's my thing. So it's kind of crazy.
Black. She's supporting Alondria. Guess what? I also support Michael Jackson too, don't I? Now, I don't support Nick Alondria, and it ain't about me having anything necessary.
So again, yeah, she was kind of talking on and off about us. So again, that's when she can still come back, just like I told the rest of them. If this was a bad night and they come over into the comments section and they want to chop it up, they're free to do so. I don't have a problem. And she may realize that we actually may have some points of agreement, because she may be light on the outside, but maybe she has a dark skinned soul. I don't know, maybe because the dark forces are within her. So she's maybe she's leaning toward the dark side. So that's good. Maybe Dia, I know you might not like that, but we may be able to make her an honorary dark skin. I don't know, just to have her not as a crash dummy, but to infiltrate the Light Skin Federation, so we'll know what they're up to. But anyway, I ain't gonna go in, because they didn't show up, so it's no point. You know, that speaks for itself right there. But again, if they want to make it another time, I'm trying to linger around just to see if at least one of them shows up. And in the meantime, let's play this little commercial that we have an upcoming movie. So we gotta take care of the sponsors because you guys are welcome to hit the link and the Zelle and everything, and salute to the people who do. But we gotta have sponsors. So we got an upcoming movie coming up. So here's a movie spot trailer that we gotta play here. So bear with us. Let's go.
You had to shut your family out for 10 years? Really? Huh?
Maybe I didn't want to be the dark child in the family photos anymore.
Oh, so your answer was to become white.
Correction, light. Like you.
She's just so dark.
She has her father's beautiful chocolate African skin.
It's a long story. People treated me like I was a disease or something.
Sorry, Blackie. I calls her Blackie, and she needs to know that Bobby is my man.
So what, you just gonna let her talk to you like that?
I'm lighter skinned already. Can't you tell? Like, everybody's doing it, Joe. Really. I mean, light skin is presentable.
You were so young and dumb.
Where is your self-esteem?
How is she even qualified?
She's light skinned and she has a big booty. Those are her qualifications. So why don't you tell me what's going on?
I can't do this. I can't.
So, in case you haven't guessed, this is the unauthorized biography of Exoticals United.
I feel there's a story to tell here.
Who in your life has made you feel beautiful when you didn't care about your color?
Jolie, you don't think that I love you?
It's found in a lot of skin lightening and bleaching creams. Chemicals in those products are awfully dangerous. Please feel free to get another opinion.
Oh yeah, I will.
I'm losing it. Everything.
Oh, I love Michael. No doubt, unconditionally.
You won't tell me anything about your past. I don't even know who you are.
Whatever it is, y'all can get through.
You really think I'm beautiful?
Yeah, so that was our sponsor for the unauthorized biography of EU. So we got to pay the bills, so we had to put that trailer out there. So salute to her journey, battling her bleach article ways. So it's really sad, but yeah, we're gonna be wrapping it up. We gotta end on a conclusive note because, like I said, you got to make sure that they're aware of the real target that they need to worry about. See, the Light Skin Federation, they don't understand that they've already been infiltrated. And I'm going to give you a little hint in terms of who they're going to have to deal with that's going to undermine them. And they've been making music about this for quite some time. And I'm gonna give them a little clue about the main problem. So we're going to take another quick light skin music break. And I'm going to show you something. Let's go.
$22 million black victims of Americanism are waking up.
Assalamu alaikum, black man, time to make a stand, time to wake up and time to make a plan and band together like China. We need to find a better form of unity, then we'll be in the right path, on the right track, darker light black. Don't let them tell you it's wrong to fight back. Come on! But the enemy is not your brother. It's that other motherfucker. The not your brother. It's that other motherfucker. Come on! But But the enemy is not your brother. It's that other motherfucker, the one that baited, robbed and degraded you. And he don't like to see you made it through the bullshit that came with being a brother man, stolen from the motherland, placed in another land 400 and some odd years ago. Till about the time we were Afros, we've come so far, so fast from what they call the past. But that just passed, and we're the last in line for justice. What's this? Nah, man, that ain't gonna work. Yo, bust this, black, to the future, back to the past. History is a mystery, cause it has all the info. You need to know where you're from, why you're coming, that'll tell you where you go.
We gotta unite. We gotta work together in unity and harmony.
Black to the future.
Come on.
Black to the future.
Come on.
Black to the future, what a funky concept. A poet with soul, brothers and sisters. Let's step together and sing. Just think about the outcome. We know where we're going because we know where we.
Yeah, there's Big Lou again. So you see we consistent around here. Let's go.
Came from a united state of mind, but not the kind that the United States government fakes. Nope, they don't practice what they preach. Maybe they don't believe in those false beliefs themselves, and I can tell because they live.
Yeah, so I'm just giving them a little clue about who's gonna be the problem. I gave him a hint earlier when I talked about Chris Brown and his love for his dark-skinned daddy. So the people that they got to worry about is people like these people right here, which I call the militant mulatto male and the militant mulatto maiden. Them right there, before they even touch us, they got to get through them, because some of these extra pro-black mixed people, you can't tell them nothing. So you ain't gonna be able to have your light-skinned coalition, your light-skinned boy band, and these people ain't going for it. They ain't going for it. They weren't going for it back in time, and they ain't going for it here. Yeah, so they didn't go for it back then, and they ain't going for it now to this very day. So they can pretty much hang it up.
It's day. This day. To this day. To this day.
Yeah, so they can forget about it. And again, to me, it didn't have to be that way. They made it hard. But one of the problems is, this guy right here in his so we're going to get into this Lucasfilm Bars. And you may have seen this guy. I used to be familiar with him a little bit. I didn't watch his stuff, but it seems like he's gone very radical. And I'm just going to play a little bit about what he has to say. Let me see. And that is, see if they'll allow me to play this file. And that's this dude by the name of Amazing Lucas. And the reason why I'm pointing him out is because he's obviously a pretty radical type dude. And the point I'm making is that when it comes to this little agenda that these guys have, they got to get past the militant mulatto. And, as you can see, he might even take a look at this broadcast. He's a Star Wars fan. And he's been over here before. I think he's the one that kind of started biting my my little clip of Deontay Wilder that I just played. He'll play that on his show sometimes. And I was the first one to do that.
To this day. To this day.
So, this particular guy, you may be familiar with him. And again, I didn't know too much about him, but in recent years, I've started seeing more of his videos, and he really goes hard. And he's a militant mulatto male. And, you would have to drag it out of him kicking and screaming to admit that he has a white parent. But again, that is the problem with what light-skinned historian and the rest of these guys, this Light Skywalker and Globe Flight and Ginger the Hut and the rest of them, they really got to get through those guys first. So before they can even begin to try to address what the real problem is. But at any rate, we're going to leave on that note, and we're going to go ahead and put this thing to rest. Shout out to all y'all still in the house. Man, you guys stayed a long time. I think this is a record. But we're going to go out with an ending here, and I might play a little bit of the traditional ending, but we did have an ending specialized for this occasion to end out this episode 4. So I hope you enjoy. So let's go ahead and get that loaded. But salute once again to everybody that's still in the house. But what I was going to do had they showed up, the Light Skin Federation, because we had 2 different endings to the show. We had a light skin ending. So if they had done very well, if they had managed to get some points against the dark side, then I would have given them the light skin ending. But since they didn't show up, and we pretty much won the day, so we got to give them the dark skin ending. So here you go.
I lied when I told you the cloning process had not been perfected.
for what? Oh, won't take you to my cage, lock you up and hold the key. You are on again, water, babe, 'cause if you're hungry, take a bite of me. Jungle love, yes. Think I'm gonna know ya. Hey, jungle love. Girl, I'm gonna show ya. Yeah, jungle love. Think I'm gonna know ya. Jungle love. Hey, Jesse. Now, Jerome. Yes. Jungle love. Yeah. Think I'm gonna know ya. Jungle love. Yes. Girl, I'm gonna show ya. Now, jungle love. That's it. Hold on.
I lied when I told you the cloning process had not been perfected. You have faced your final test.
What is thy bidding, my master?
Take his starfighter, scour the far reaches of the galaxy, find the last of the rebels, and destroy them.
As you wish.